Spring has sprung and just 7 days remain until opening night in Houston. But before the Cubs can leave Arizona and head for Texas, there's still work to be done in the desert. Still just a couple roster spots to be won. So sit back and enjoy our matinee from Surprise. We are in Surprise, Arizona for Cubs baseball today here on Comcast Sportsnet. Beautiful day for baseball. 1 week to go before the regular season opener in Houston. And today it's the Cubs taking on the Kansas City Royals. Hi again, everyone. Bob Brentley and Len Casper with you. Cactus League action, just a few more days left. The big news today, the position players are pretty much set, with Coy Hill winning the backup catcher job.
Yeah, not an easy decision for Lou Piniella and his staff. Both the backup catchers that were competing for that spot had a great spring, but unfortunately Paul Bacco was the guy who was released today. I'm sure Lou and his staff are hoping he'll hook on another big league club, but in the meantime, Coy Hill has earned that backup job.
Really, Bob, all that's left the last couple of spots in the bullpen, so every reliever who pitches the rest of this week, they're all big appearances.
Well, if you thought you had some pressure-packed games early in spring, it's really going to be pressure-packed this last week for those guys competing for that bullpen spot.
Yesterday, Carlos Marmol, Kevin Gregg were told about the ninth inning, and the veteran Kevin Gregg is going to get that spot. And I don't think it's a huge surprise considering how well he's pitched.
Well, I think for a couple of different reasons. He has pitched very well this spring. He's more of a ground ball pitcher. And we saw from Carlos Marmol last year one of the most devastating strikeout pitchers in all of the game. And there will be those situations in the 7th and 8th inning when you need a strikeout to get out of a jam. So at least to start the season, that's going to be the situation at the tail end of the bullpen.
Rich Harden today, remember, had the food poisoning a couple of weeks ago, so this is an important start for Rich.
Yeah, very much so. He's kind of behind the curve as far as outings in spring training. He did throw a minor league game, as you mentioned, last week, and I think this is going to be an ongoing situation with Rich Harden, very closely monitoring his work, not only here in spring, but throughout the early part of the season.
Kansas City's number 3 starter Kyle Davies will get the nod for the Royals today. Both teams hitting over 300. We might see a lot of offense in this one today. It's the Cubs and the Royals coming up from Surprise next.
Yeah, you know the spot.
Right away, sir. Welcome, Giordano's. Your table's ready.
Thank you.
How's everything?
Fantastic.
What's your secret?
It's the fresh ingredients, and it's been so for the last 30 years.
We made it good. You made it famous.
The original Osaka Japanese Steakhouse is now in Davenport. Our skilled hibachi chefs will dazzle you with their culinary expertise, entertain your family, and delight your taste buds. At Osaka Japanese Steakhouse, your meal is prepared before your very eyes. The sights, the sounds, the aromas, a feast for all your senses. For a special treat, select your favorite sushi from our vast menu. Our sushi is made to order with only the freshest ingredients. The original Osaka Japanese Steakhouse, where meals come to life, now in Davenport.
Mediacom phone service means different things to different people.
I can talk all I want for one low price.
No more huge phone bills.
Mediacom means I can call my mother in Arizona.
And my brother in Canada, and I can talk as long as I want.
Caller ID and call waiting included at no extra charge.
Mediacom means big savings. Get unlimited nationwide calling with Mediacom phone for as low as $29.95 a month. Call 1-800-CABLE-TV.
Mediacom phone means that
we get more and pay less.
You're watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
Beautiful Surprise Stadium, one of the nicer ballparks in the Cactus League, opened in 2003. They share this facility with the Texas Rangers. Former Ranger Alfonso Soriano will lead it off for Lou Piniella's Cubs. Kosuke Fukudome, just his 3rd game this spring. 22 knocked in for Micah Hoffpower. Bradley, Ramirez, Fontenot in the middle. Johnson, Hill, and Miles at the bottom.
Quick look at the Royals defensively. David DeJesus in left, Coco Crispin center, Jose Guillen over in right field, Gordon, Avilas, Tien, and Jacobs across the infield. Former White Sox Miguel Olivo behind the plate today, and he'll be catching right-hander Kyle Davies.
25-year-old righty deals ball 1, and we are underway. Temperatures in the low 70s. Wind blowing out slightly, and Soriano sends it high in the air and pretty deep. Guillen's back on the track, and he's going to haul it in. A long fly out to start it. Boy, been a lot of home runs hit here in Arizona lately with the windy conditions.
No question about it. Kyle Davies taking the mound for his 5th start of the spring, his 7th overall appearance. You get a look at his numbers on the season. As Len mentioned earlier, figures to be the number 3 starter in this Royals rotation.
Strong finish to his 2008 campaign. He went 4-1 last September with a 2.27. So he'll pitch behind Gil Mesh and Zach Greinke. 1 ball, no strikes on Kosuke Fukudome playing center. Both Cubs center fielders are in the lineup. Reed Johnson is over in right with Milton Bradley, the DH. Kosuke's numbers from a year ago: 1 for 7 since returning to the Cubs from the World Baseball Classic. That fastball's in there at 93 for a strike, according to David Rackley, the home plate umpire. Just off the plate inside. Campos, Tiller, and Blazer on the bases. And if you have a scouting report on today's umpires, you've done a lot more homework on this matchup than I.
Yeah, but please give Larry Rothschild a call if you have a scouting report on any of these umpires. You know, much like the players in spring training that figure to start the season in the minor leagues, I think this is a crew of umpires that will probably be working AAA, maybe AA baseball this year, and possibly come up to the big leagues as vacation replacements.
2 bouncer right to Jacobs. He'll take it unassisted.
A little bit of a late arriving crowd here today, just like it was a late arriving visiting team. The Cubs rolled in here about a half an hour or so ago. Came over from Mesa, probably took batting practice and infield practice over at Hohokam before boarding the big Silver Dog to make their way over here to Surprise. And the real surprise is how close we are to Los Angeles here. This is way out in the West Valley of the Phoenix area. Actually a suburb of San Bernardino, if I'm not mistaken.
You know that's in California, right?
Well, exactly.
That's high to Micah Hoffpower.
But this is a great facility, Len, as you mentioned. One of the more interesting ballparks down here in the Cactus League. Has the second deck, still has the grass berm out in the outfield for the fans that like to catch some sun, and for those who like to be in the shade, plenty of shaded areas around the grandstand area.
There's the 1969 American League Rookie of the Year with the Kansas City Royals, Lou Piniella. He did not make the trip to Tucson on Saturday, dealing with the flu, but he was back in action in Mesa yesterday and again today.
Veteran move by Lou. We talk about the veteran players that try to get out of that Tucson trip.
Lifted into center. And Coco Crisp, who came over from the Red Sox over the winter, makes a catch. Rich Harden walking into the Cubs dugout. He'll head right out to the mound when we come back.
Hey Cubs fans, are you looking to get tickets to the hottest Cubs games this year? Visit Cubs.com and click on StubHub, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of Cubs.com. Don't miss all the fun and excitement at the friendly confines with StubHub. There's always a ticket available to a Cubs game.
Home improvement for a better life. Menards. All Crestline and Peachtree windows are 12% off. Available in vinyl, aluminum clad, or wood. You have over 1 million size and style options. All lock sets from Dexter and Schlager on sale. The Seville Passage lever comes in an aged bronze finish, just $16.99. The Flare lock set is an entry deadbolt combo and comes in a bright brass finish, only $54.99. Dedicated to service and quality. Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
What's your idea of financial security?
My idea of financial security? Enough for an early retirement.
No matter where you're starting from, Country Financial can help you achieve it.
Helping my grandkids with college.
Protection for my new driver.
At Country Financial, we always ask, what's your idea of financial security?
64 teams came, and then there were 4. See college basketball's biggest event on Chicago's biggest screen. The semifinals live at the venue, exclusively at Horseshoe.
Well, the Royals are averaging 16 hits per game over their last 8. They scored 17 runs yesterday. It's going to be a tough day for the Cubs pitching staff. This potentially could be Kansas City's opening day lineup on the south side of Chicago next week. Crisp, DeJesus, and Mark Teahen trying to make the conversion to second base. Guillen in right, Jacobs, a former Marlin, at first, Butler the DH, Alex Gordon's at third, Miguel Olivo is catching, and Micah Vilas, coming off a fantastic rookie season, will hit ninth, hitting .367.
Here's how the Cubs take the field defensively today. Soriano, Fukudome, and Johnson across the outfield. Ramirez and Hoffpower on the corners of the infield. Miles and Fontenot up the middle. Coy Hill, recently named as the backup catcher for the Cubs, will be doing the catching today for right-handed starter Rich Harden. Rich Harden yet to throw 5 innings in real games down here in the spring. Has pitched in the minor leagues, racked up some innings down there, and will continue to try to build that arm strength leading up to opening day.
So they'll try to get him through 5 this afternoon. I believe we'll see Rich on a Saturday in New York. That would be his 5th day. And we'll have that game right here on Comcast Sportsnet from brand new Yankee Stadium. And a first pitch strike, Trey Hillman in his 2nd season as a manager of the Kansas City Royals, and their win total has increased each of the last 3 years. They're feeling pretty good about their improving ball club. Free and easy from Harden, and that's fouled away.
If these Royals can carry the offensive outburst they've had over the last 8 ball games into the regular season, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with. 128 hits in their last 8 games, 16 per game. Hitting .373 over their last 13 games. They've been swinging the bats extremely well, to say the least.
Crisp leading All-American League players with a .514 on base percentage. It kind of feels like college, doesn't it?
Sound like wiffle ball numbers.
Rich with a 1-2 and now 2-2. The Cubs are at 17-15. The Royals 16-11-3. Harden acquired from the A's on July 8th of last year. Called strike 3. Pretty good heat from Rich. Got that one up in the low 90s. We've talked so much about Harden. Good fastball and everything else. That was pretty straight. Everything else basically a changeup, even though he can make it look like a slider or a split, what have you.
Even almost a screwball at times, depending on how he grips that pitch, how he releases it out of his hand. He can make that changeup move in different directions at different speeds. Real good job of pitching with his fastball that time to Coco Crisp.
Strike to David DeJesus. He's going to play left for the Royals with Crisp in center. Lined and caught by Hoffpower.
Oh, with Derek Lee still nursing that quad muscle injury, Micah Hoffpower getting a start here in Surprise today and immediately gets involved in the action. Line drive looked like it was headed for that right field corner, but Micah able to tumble over and make a nice catch.
So 2 down. It's Mark Teahen. He's played third, the corner outfield spots, and this year he's trying to win the second base job out of spring training. Offensively, he's been fine, hitting .500, but still trying to figure out some things defensively. It's not an easy transition.
Second base, I mean, depending on who you talk to, second base is probably the toughest infield position to learn, even for a utility player. So many of the plays you make are with your back turned to the runner coming from first to second base. And even though it's a very short throw across the diamond to first, it's not as easy as it looks.
Pretty nasty stuff from Rich Harden, who looked sharp early on. Nothing after 1.
So this is the read 3. Oh, hey, I'm out of air. Air is an additional $35 upgrade fee. Yeah. Do you want it? Yeah, I want that.
Hidden fees can make a good deal bad. At Southwest Airlines, we don't do hidden fees, just low fares like $89 or less from Chicago Midway to cities in the Northeast like Buffalo, Cleveland, or Manchester. Book now only at southwest.com. Low fares, no hidden fees.
Dear PlayStation, MLB 09 The Show thinks I can't hit the high and inside fastball. You're gonna fix that, right?
Well, Dustin, PlayStation gamers demand the most realistic baseball game ever, so we're just gonna keep it as is. It's called integrity.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just polishing my MVP trophy. How many MVPs do you know that can't hit that pitch?
Apart from you?
MLB 09 The Show, the most realistic baseball game ever. Rated E for everyone.
April 6th, Comcast Sportsnet is going live all day for opening day. And we'll have you seeing double with twice as much programming, bringing you a double dose of Monsters in the Morning, Chicago Tribune Live, and Sports Night. Plus, Comcast Sportsnet has the Sox and Cubs season premieres with the best pre- and post-game analysis before and after both games. For once, seeing double is a good thing. Don't miss twice the action starting April 6th at 6 a.m. only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Ticket sales are at a record pace, but plenty of tickets are still available for the 2009 season. To purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com. Call 1-800-THE-CUBS or visit the Wrigley Field box office.
It appeared that Rich Harden threw all fastballs in that bottom half of the first inning. The speeds varied from the mid-80s to the mid-90s. Just absolutely froze a couple of the Royals hitters with fastballs. Gives you the feeling that maybe they're sitting on that changeup when you see a good hitter like Martin take a fastball right down the middle of the plate.
Fouled back by Milton Bradley. Comes in at a hot 474 and on a 9-game hitting streak, during which he is 15 for 27. He hit a home run yesterday against the Cleveland Indians. What a day for Mark DeRosa. Against his former team, he hit 2 home runs off Ted Lilly and then later banged one off the batter's eye at center. Thankfully, it's just spring training.
That's right.
1-1 from Davies, swung on and missed. I noticed Bradley, and I'll have to keep an eye on him later in the ball game. He took one practice swing from the right side in the on-deck circle in between innings. And what I've noticed so far, Bob, is that he pretty much has evened out his batting practice. Little dunker out into center. It's going to drop as Crisp was playing pretty deep, and Bradley is aboard. Switch hitters are a little funky. Some guys will just bat one way, and depending on who they're facing that particular day, other guys, they want to even out their swings.
It would seem to make sense to take some swings from both sides of the plate, because as we've seen throughout spring training and certainly as we get into the regular season, just because a right-hander Kyle Davies is starting this ball game, that doesn't guarantee that every at bat Milton Bradley gets in this game is going to be against a right-hander. So seems to make sense to mix it up a little bit in BP every day.
Ramos takes ball 1 low. When you look at the batting averages in both lineups today, 317, 295, 474, 381, 328. That's just the Cubs lineup. When you look at the Royals lineup, 417, 500, 367. Don't get used to it.
No, it's spring training. Although Gerald Perry has to love the kind of offensive numbers that the Cubs are putting up. Not only that, but the walks. They've drawn 117 base on balls this spring, second in the majors behind only the Angels. And we've gone on record many times of saying that that was probably the biggest reason for the improvement in the Cubs offense last year. Their willingness not only to take the base on balls, but to work those deep counts, get themselves in real favorable counts where they could be aggressive with their swings.
Bradley at first, nobody out. Swing and a miss. Good breaking ball from Kyle Davies. Royals got him from the Braves in 2007. kick and the 2-2. Bounced foul. Pretty interesting. Kyle Davies still works in the offseason, even though he's a major leaguer. He has worked construction for his father over the winter. Says it helps him stay in shape, keeps him occupied.
Probably helps him stay a little grounded too.
Oh sure.
Picking up that lunch bucket in the morning and showing up at the construction site will make you realize how good you have it once baseball season starts.
Another foul by Aramas. Not sure what the cutoff point was, but yeah, you go back 30-40 years and major leaguers did work a lot in the offseason.
Had to work a lot in the offseason, yeah.
A little extra cash. Another 2-2, and that goes right through the legs of Olivo. He now just locates it, but Bradley at second base, and it's 3-2 on Ramirez. That's a wild pitch.
And Miguel Olivo, strong arm catcher, that time came up with the glove, left that 5-hole open, and then couldn't immediately find the baseball. It snuck back to the backstop, but Bradley only able to advance to second base. And you talk about salaries in baseball 20 or 30 years ago. That's why players had to work in the offseason. Also why it was so important to get to the playoffs and win.
Bradley thought about third and then turned around, went back to a second to get the out at first.
You know, many times ball players back in that era could make as much money as they did during the regular season with the playoff share or a World Series winning share. That's why it was so important to get to that postseason and win in the postseason, because you could double or triple your season salary. Not the case anymore.
Well, you said it before. I mean, decent crowd, late arriving, but very quiet. Maybe the weekend hangover has hit surprise. Big doings in Sun City, I think, yesterday. Ball one to Mike Fontenot.
You go to a game at Scottsdale Stadium and they've got the Red Bull van outside the ballpark. Here they've got the Geritol van outside. Free samples.
Nice and laid back, which is kind of interesting considering it's called surprise. Crisp will make the catch. 2 outs.
Yeah, no loud noises today, please. Well, it's a beautiful facility, though. I mean, as you mentioned earlier, the Rangers and the Royals share this facility. Each one has a minor league complex of fields and half fields and cages and bullpen mounds. Yeah, there's even a merry-go-round here at the ballpark. Might be going a little bit too fast for some of the fans here today. Let's slow that thing down a little bit.
Tough to slow down Reed Johnson. He got hit by a pitch on the right hand in Tucson on Saturday. Later in the ball game, he picked up 2 outfield assists. He did not start on Sunday, but he hit a pinch hit home run.
His second pinch hit home run of the spring. You got to be careful of that, coming off the bench and doing a good job, because suddenly you get branded as a pinch hitter supreme, and certainly that's not what Reed Johnson has in mind this season.
At the party deck out in right. Runner at second, 2 outs. Breaking ball low and away. Well, you get hit, especially at this point in spring training, anywhere near the hands, the wrists, it can be pretty scary. Pretty easy to break a bone in that area. Couldn't hold up. And a ball that actually bounced off the plate.
Peanuts, water. Ice cold beer, peanuts, water.
I'm guessing straight changeup just by the looks of Reed Johnson's swing there. He looked like he recognized fastball, started that bat, and then realized the pitch was dying as it got into the hitting area.
Davies has the side from Olivo in a 1-2 offering, and Johnson was late on the heater from Davies. Leadoff single, no runs, 1 left. Still scoreless after an inning and a half.
Cubs baseball, April 6th on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Rascal Flatts, American Living Unstoppable Tour 2009. Unstoppable. With very special guests, Vince Gill and Darius Rucker. Saturday, July 18th at Wrigley Field. Tickets are on sale now. Online at tickets.com or charged by phone at 1-800-THE-CUBS. Rascal Flatts, presented by JCPenney and US 99. Produced by Live Nation.
H&R Block certified tax professionals will do your taxes right.
My people got it right to the tune of $2,538.
My people got me almost $1,000. My old tax guy missed.
Found an extra $2,628 that I missed by doing my taxes online.
Last year, we found errors on 4 out of 5 returns prepared by others. That's why we have the confidence to guarantee you the maximum refund.
I need every penny I could get.
My people got it right.
No wonder 23 million people trust H&R Block. You've got people.
White Sox baseball, April 6th on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Saturday, April 4th, watch the college basketball semifinals at the Venue at Horseshoe Casino. Enjoy live entertainment, gambling during the games, free admission and drink specials, all while watching the biggest matchups on a 58-foot big screen television. The semifinals, April 4th at the Venue at Horseshoe Casino, only 20 minutes from downtown Chicago. A lot of Cub fans making the trek over to Surprise for this afternoon affair as Rich Harden faces Jose Guillen. Rich with a 1-2-3 first. Guillen batting in the cleanup spot and playing right. You had Jose in Arizona, right?
Yeah, we had him briefly with the Diamondbacks. He's one of those guys that came up to the major leagues as a 20-year-old starting right fielder for the Pittsburgh Pirates. I think you'd have to classify him as a 4-tool player. He doesn't have the kind of speed that would be necessary to make him a full 5-tool player, but certainly hits for power, hits for average. Great throwing arm in the outfield.
And that's ball 4. So 1 changeup in that sequence. The 4th annual Race to Wrigley 5K on Saturday, April 25th starts at Clark and Addison. Continues through the Wrigleyville neighborhood and finishes with a run down the Wrigley Field concourse and under the famous marquee. Each participant receives a performance management race t-shirt. Proceeds benefit Chicago Cubs charities. To register, visit cubs.com/race. So Harden from the stretch for the first time. And he continues to miss. That's 5 straight bad ones to start this half inning. Mike Jacobs has already cranked 6 home runs.
Now we know where Chad Godin's goatee went. Just crossed the Valley of Sun and landed on Mike Jacobs.
Came over from the Marlins over the winter. 2-0.
Seems like every few years the facial styles change. It used to be the Fu Manchu was very popular for a while. Obviously this is the year of the goatee.
Boy, rare to see Rich be all over the place like he has to start this inning. Coy Hill trying to settle him down, just change up the rhythm a little bit.
You're absolutely right, Len. Probably didn't really offer any advice as far as your release point or your mechanics, anything like that. Just let Rich take a little bit of a breath, step off that rubber, and then start over again.
With the double box goatee there. Johnson and Jacobs swinging away on a 3-0. Okay.
Well, now's the time to do it. I mean, if you're Trey Hillman, you want to find out what your players are capable of doing, and this is the time of year to do it. If a guy shows good judgment, if he swings at good pitches in a 3-0 count, then maybe you turn him loose during the regular season. If guys chase bad pitches out of the zone on 3-0, then you probably have to put the take sign on during the regular season.
Way up in the air to center. Kosuke almost right in the middle of that baseball, cut into the grass. Standing on the threads, makes the grab. And it brings up the DH, Billy Butler. He's at 367 with 3 home runs. You know what the loudest thing in the ballpark is right now? The birds.
The birds, yeah.
Birds are louder than the fans.
Well, for years, the Milwaukee Brewers trained in Sun City, Arizona, very much a retirement community. They had about a 60-foot screen that surrounded the entire seating area. They had parking spots for golf carts because so many of the seniors came over from the retirement communities to watch the games, and Surprise is kind of taken after that lead.
Is there a Cardinal scout in the ballpark? Does he have a credential?
There quite possibly is a Cardinal scout here today. A lot of scouts at the ball games as you getting down near the end of spring training. Rosters are being formulated. Guys are being cut or sent back to minor league camp, and a lot of organizations view this as a time to come in and cherry pick and find a guy that maybe fits with your organization. So a lot of scouts in attendance this last week of spring training.
Scouts from the Orioles, Blue Jays, and Cardinals well represented. And it's knocked down by Ramirez. The throw's got to go to first, and he gets Butler. So no double play chance with 2 outs.
Hard hit, top spin ground ball kind of caught Ramirez in between hops right there. He just tried to hold his ground and hopefully trap that ball against his chest to initiate the double play. But once it came out, he had to go across the diamond, get the easy out at first base.
Now up to Alex Gordon. He's playing third for the Royals. Runner at second. Ball 1. Well, you like to be in the middle of the action as a catcher, occasional third baseman and first baseman. In your days as a third baseman, I'm sure they could do radar guns on balls that are hit, but you feel like the reaction time is a lot less than accepting a 98-mile-an-hour pitch from behind the plate?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you know, when you're sitting behind the plate, even if a guy's throwing in the upper 90s, you know what's coming. When you're down there at third base and you see that bat come through the hitting zone and realize that's coming my way, it might be a bullet right off the sweet spot of the bat that's hit extremely hard. It may be a little jam shot that just dribbles down the third base line. It may have top spin. It may have back spin. I'll tell you, good third basemen make it look so easy, and it is not an easy position to play. Very much a reactive position. The shortstop, the second baseman, they have time to read the ball off the bat, make their break, show their range to make a play. At third base, you just have to react and react quickly. Boy, asking me for advice about playing third base, that might be an all-time low right there.
3-2 the count. We've seen Harden use his changeup a lot more this inning, and that's bounded foul past Rusty Kuntz.
Yeah, I kind of used that Pedro Guerrero theory. When he was playing first base for the Dodgers and Steve Sachs was playing second base, they asked him what he thought about before the pitch was thrown. Pedro said, well, I think don't hit it to me. Well, then what do you think about after that? Don't hit it to Saxy.
Fukudome's tracking this one, and no room. That's up on the berm, and a home run A 2-run blast for Alex Gordon, his 4th of the spring. Bob, the Royals have now hit 47 home runs on the spring. This is their 31st game.
We're in their 24th home run in their last 14 ball games. We talked about it early in the first inning. This is a high-powered offense over the last couple of weeks, and looks like they haven't missed a beat here today.
So Harden had a chance to get out of that inning, but Gordon took him deep on a 3-2.
And it wouldn't have been an easy double play, but you think back to that hard hit ball to Aramis Ramirez at third base. Had he been able to corral it and initiate the double play, the Cubs are probably out of the inning. But boy, in the major leagues, when you give a team more outs than they deserve in an inning, bad things tend to happen.
That last pitch was called a strike, even though Miguel Olivo vacated. And the 0-2. What a changeup from Rich Harden. Gordon took him deep, 2-run shot, and the Royals strike first, 2-0.
Because we can't reinvent traffic, we reinvented how the driver navigates around it. With advanced XM real-time traffic and predictive weather, suddenly, the world's not so complex. The all-new 2010 Lexus RX at your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
For more than 20 years, people have been coming to Bud's Skyline Inn, the Quad City's #1 supper club. Fly in for some of Bud's favorites, like their famous surf and turf, tantalizing steaks, succulent catfish, or mouth-watering prime rib. Relax at Bud's Skyline Inn with your favorite cocktail while keeping track of the arrival and departures at the Quad City International Airport. In a hurry? Get in and out with their $6.95 lunch specials every weekday. So for your next special occasion or just a quick lunch, Bud's Skyline Inn, just 2 minutes from the airport.
Deciding on a color? Let's start with some idea cards. That'll get you to the right one.
We're here because we've been there with the tools, products, and advice to get it done right. True Value. Start right, start here.
Get the right products and expert advice for your next painting project at K&K True Value. Start right, start here.
Len and Bob and our Comcast Sportsnet crew from Surprise Stadium in Arizona. Cubs will wrap up Cactus League play on Thursday. Fly to New York, open up Yankee Stadium over the weekend, Friday night and Saturday afternoon. Second game right here on Comcast Sportsnet at noon on Saturday. Then off to Houston, a workout in the afternoon on Sunday. And then game 1 of the regular season will be 1 week from today. We'll have that one for you here on Comcast Sportsnet. Coy Hill has made the club. He'll back up Giovanni Soto. Tough call between Hill and Paul Bacco, the veteran. The Cubs decided to go with Coy Hill, and what a great story it is. We've discussed the off-season saw accident, which he severed several fingers. And it's pretty amazing that he's been able to not only come back, and we saw him in the big leagues late last year, but to make the opening day roster.
And we talked about it in the open. Both Paul Bacco and Coy Hill really responded well to the challenge of going out and trying to win that backup job. I think one thing Coy Hill had going in his favor was his familiarity with most of this Cubs pitching staff. He's caught all these guys. He's familiar with their stuff. He's seen them at their best and at their worst. And if you had to grant a slight edge, I think that was what tipped it in Coy Hill's favor, because both guys really had good springs.
Working with Rich Harden today, and the 3-2 just missed ball 4. Leadoff man on for the second inning. Sign up for a subscription to Vineline, the official monthly magazine of the Chicago Cubs. Only Vineline offers exclusive coverage from spring training all the way through the Cubs' next postseason run. Visit the Vineline blog as well at Cubs.com and order today. Back-to-back switch hitters at the bottom of the Cubs order. And Aaron Miles takes ball one. Aaron battled a bruised right shoulder earlier in the spring. Not well enough to play short today.
And no sign of a bunt on that first pitch. Cubs only have 4 sacrifice bunts this spring. That's something you don't see a lot of in the Cactus League or the Grapefruit League, the sacrifice bunt.
Rocketed foul.
Aaron Miles is the only position player for the Cubs to have put down a sacrifice bunt this year. The other 3 coming off the bats of pitchers. I mean, there's teams that have yet to put down a sac bunt in spring training. The Baltimore Orioles down the Grapefruit League, no sacrifice bunts. Boston Red Sox have only put down 1. As I mentioned, the Cubs with 4.
The kick and the pitch. Miles showing bunt that time and took it for ball 2, 2-1.
And we know Lou doesn't like to give up very many outs via the sacrifice bunt, but this would appear to be one of the situations where it may have crossed his mind. You got the 9 hitter at the plate with a runner on base. At the top of the order coming up.
Lou's also probably looking at the fact that Kansas City scored 17 yesterday.
Yeah.
He's probably saying we need to score them in bunches. I loved your question to Lou the other day. Would you rather win 12-11 or 1-0? I think if he had to pick one, he'd pick 12-11.
He likes to see guys swinging a bat.
(3-1) pitch fouled back.
You know, and the thing is, Len, in spring training, you want to see the guys swing the bats. You want them to get their timing down. You want them to be able to handle breaking balls and off-speed pitches and still be able to turn on a fastball and try to get as many at bats as you possibly can. But the reality is, once the regular season starts, there will be situations that scream out for a sacrifice bunt, and you hope your players at that point are prepared and able to get the bunts down.
Runner goes, fly ball left center. Crisp took a look at De Jesus, and Coco will take it with Hill heading back to first. Nice hand for Soriano. He hit one to the warning track to lead off the ball game. It was caught by Jose Guillen. Wind seems to be blowing a little bit harder straight out.
A little bit of a crosswind back in that top half of the first inning. If he had the same wind that he has right now, he might have been able to ride that ball out of here his first at bat.
The 0-1 from Davies. Got way under this one, and Guillen has to come in. Oh, one thing we have seen from Soriano here recently, he has been hitting the ball the other way. Had a couple of knocks to right. Our last telecast on Friday, which Lou really liked to see. And now it's Kosuke. He grounded out his first time, 1 for 8 on the spring. I think the center field situation will be pretty fascinating to watch. Reed Johnson's had an excellent spring. Fukudome just got here from the WBC. It's been well chronicled how much he struggled in the second half last year. if he continues to struggle to start the year and Johnson hits the ball well, I'm sure Lou will probably sneak Reed in there a little bit more, even against righties. One thing we've learned about Lou over the first 2 seasons is you play well, you play. And if you struggle, you sit. But if you sit, you're still going to get a chance at some point down the road to get back into everyday action. So he's giving Kosuke the benefit of the doubt to start the season. That went off the leg of Jacobs. It goes right to the second baseman, Tien, and they get the out. 3-4-3. Well, in the box score, that'll go as an 0 for 1, but Kosuke hit that one right on the money. And the Royals get the out. They lead 2-0.
Put that back. The switch, Igor. The switch. Wrong switch. It's alive! It's alive!
Special allocations. Special grand opening deals.
It's Bob Rorman Schaumburg Ford's grand opening. 09 Flex, 0 APR, 0 down. 0 APR for 72 months on new Fusions and Mustangs with 0 down. Hybrids. Order your Fusion Hybrid. Estimated 41 miles per gallon city by March 31st, and we'll guarantee you a full $3,750 federal tax credit.
There's only one Bob Rorman.
The new Bob Rorman Schaumburg Ford, just 8 blocks west of Woodfield Mall on Gulf Road. It's alive and well. It's alive and well.
Hi, I'm Dan Jiggetts.
And I'm Mike North.
Tuesday on the Monsters in the Morning, we'll preview the Final Four with CBS Sports' Clark Kellogg.
And the Cubs and Sox make their final preps as opening day is less than a week away. Wake up with us Tuesday on Comcast Sportsnet.
Lennon Bob, I want a job. Okay. Send your resume. Tomorrow, the playoff push continues on Comcast Sportsnet. Derrick Rose and the Bulls will go head-to-head with the Pacers in Indianapolis. They're all big now. Bulls still hanging on to that 8th spot in the East. Bulls-Pacers tomorrow night at 6 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. It's Mike Aviles, the shortstop, batting 9th to face Rich Harden. Bottom 3. Fastball strike. What a rookie year for Aviles. He had 325 last year and 441 plate appearances. He tied for 4th in the Rookie of the Year balloting in the American League, and he wasn't even called up until May 29th. A unique batting stance. He gets those hands above his head. 1 and 2.
Yeah, he's got an awful lot going on with that pre-swing setup there, but as long as you get your bat and your hands back into a good hitting position, keep your body balanced, make sure you keep your head and your eyes on that pitch. Doesn't really matter too much what you do before the ball is released.
Two from Harden and a liner that goes right into the mid of Mike Fontenot. So a hard hit out. Crisp took a called third in the first inning. Ramirez plays in on the grass at third. They give Crisp some room out in right center. Kosuke shaded toward the gap in left slightly. Ball 1 from Harden. Covelli Lois Crisp, given the nickname Coco by his grandmother when he was an infant. Well, you've been bemoaning the lack of good nicknames in baseball. You gotta like Coco Crisp.
Coco has a nice ring to it.
Caught the inside corner. 1-2.
Now, you mentioned Ramirez was drawn in on the grass until the 2-strike count. Now he'll back up in a deeper defensive position. But Crisp is one of those guys that will use that slug bunt. Square around early, show bunt, try to draw the corner infielders in, and then try to slap the ball past them.
Johnson comes over near the line. Now in foul ground, and he has it. At Wrigley Field, he'd be banging up against the wall. And he probably wouldn't have had a play on it.
It'd have been a souvenir at Wrigley. And Reed Johnson really chopping up his steps as he got over there into foul ground. That's one thing an outfielder can do to protect himself as he gets close to that barrier. Shorten up your strides, keep your feet under you a little bit more so you can stop more quickly if you have to.
De Jesus had to get out of the way. I think that's the one thing about. And now Mark O'Neill, just grabbing the ball. That's good. We love Mark, Cubs head athletic trainer, but whenever he gets up from his seat near the coaching staff, worry about an injury. He was just helping out the umpire. You know what? Good timing. He and Ed Halber, congratulations to them. They were awarded at the winter meetings as the 2008 Major League Athletic Trainers of the Year by the Professional Baseball Athletic Trainers Society. They have gotten rave reviews from everyone in the Cubs organization, and talking to Mark about that award, it felt really good because it's basically your peers giving you that award. That's a very prestigious honor among all the athletic trainers.
Anytime you win an award that's voted on by the people who do what you do, that always carries a little extra meaning, and Mark and Ed do a fantastic job.
A roller to Fontenot, moving a little bit to his left, and that's the inning. A 1-2-3 third for Rich Harden. Cubs trail early on 2-0.
Plan your next corporate or social function in one of Wrigley Field's private party accommodations. Wrigley Field offers a variety of private catered opportunities to host and impress your group. The Mezzanine Suites presented by Nuveen Investments has 4 convenient rental plans to fit all budgets and needs. For larger parties of 75 to 100, the Bud Light Batter's Eye, located in center field, provides a unique view of the game. All private party accommodations provide generous food and beverage packages, as well as VIP parking. Call 773-404-CUBS or visit Cubs.com.
Menards is your one-stop shop for outdoor lumber. Cedar decking and lumber is on sale. Cedar is naturally resistant to rot and decay, which makes it perfect for outdoor projects and provides a warm, rich color. Only $5.99 for an 8-foot 2x4. Novik vinyl siding panels are easy to install, and they're available in a wide selection of styles and colors. Choose from the timeless look of brick, stone, or shake. Your choice, $9.99 per piece.
Save big money at Menards. If you thought Arby's was just about roast beef, then you haven't tasted our new Roast Chicken Club. It's taking chicken to a whole new level. Made with oven-roasted, all-white meat chicken to seal in the juices. Then it's freshly sliced and topped with Swiss cheese, thick-cut pepper bacon, and our one-of-a-kind chicken addiction sauce. Step up to Arby's Roast Chicken Club and give boring chicken the boot. Arby's new one-of-a-kind Roast Chicken Club. Juicy, fresh, delicious. One bite and you'll say, I'm thinking Arby's.
Tomorrow, the battle continues as Derek Rose and the Bulls tip off against the Indiana Pacers, followed by Toyota Bulls postgame live. Bulls Pacers in HD, tomorrow at 6 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Good. Yummy, yummy. Cubs trail 2-0 as we get into the 4th inning. We have Cubs pitching coach Larry Rothschild with us from the dugout. Larry, your thoughts on Rich Harden early on?
I thought he's thrown the ball pretty well. You know, the leadoff walk was a mistake in the second and ended up being 2 runs. But overall, I thought delivery-wise, the ball's coming out well, mechanically good. Change-up mostly real good. When it's down, you can see there's a lot of swings and misses. There's been some takes when it's been up, which probably means it's fairly deceptive, and that's what we're after. So far, so good.
We know what Arizona can do to breaking balls. Does it affect Harden's changeup at all, since it does move so much?
Well, I think it affects everybody, just because the biggest complaint out here is to grip the ball. They always feel like it's slick, you know. I mean, cue ballish, and so it affects pretty much everything, but not as much a changeup as the breaking ball.
Hoffpower is out as Tien makes the catch, one away.
You know, Larry, Rich hasn't thrown the kind of innings that the rest of the guys in your starting rotation have down here in the Cactus League. Does that give you any concern at all going into the regular season?
Well, a little bit, but what we're seeing is that on the sides and in the minor league game last week and all along, the arms reacted well, and strength-wise, and you know, we wouldn't plan on at the beginning of the year to let him go 110 pitches or anything like that. So, you know, right now I think he's on a pretty good schedule, and these last 2 starts obviously are very important to him to build up the pitches. But you know, he was able to throw close to 65 pitches in the minor league game, and you know, hopefully today we get to 75 and somewhere in there maybe 80, and from there we're in pretty good shape. It's really now it's the effectiveness, you know, the changeup being down in the zone, being able to throw it behind in the count, locating some fastballs, which he's done the last 2 times out pretty well. And you know, really some of it, the innings are important, but he's also been able to make each and every start other than the one he had the flu. And you know, he threw a couple times on the backfield in sim games, so he's not as far behind as it looks innings wise.
And it really is a group effort with your rotation, I would assume, Larry. I mean, knowing that Rich Harden maybe can't run up the kind of pitch count early in the season that he will later in the season, it becomes even more important for the guy pitching before him in the rotation to be able to eat some innings and rest that bullpen, knowing that maybe you're going to need an arm or 2 on the day that Rich Harden pitches.
Well, yeah, it does matter, and the first time out he'll be after a day off, so the bullpen should be rested, and you know, if he's right, he can go into the 7th inning on less than 100 pitches fairly easily. So, you know, the thing to do is make sure that he's right, that the changeup's working the way we want, and he's locating the fastball. The arm strength is going to get better, I think, as we go, and today it's been better than I think we saw most of last year. So there's a lot of positives for him right now. We just need to make sure he keeps going, and the health is going to be the question all along, but right now everything's positive for him.
Well, everything's positive for Milton Bradley. 2 for 2, a 10-game hitting streak. Didn't even mean to swing, and base hit to right. Runner at first, 1 out. Larry, the big news over the weekend, Kevin Gregg has been named the closer. I know not an easy decision. A lot of good reasons for both guys pitching in the 9th, but I guess that's a good situation, right? Carlos Marmol and Kevin Gregg.
Well, it is. We need to cover from the 7th inning to the 9th, and those 2 guys should be able to do it. And you know, Aaron Heilman is going to be a key to that puzzle, and being able to rest Marmol a little bit more than we were last year, with Bobby Howery having some struggles. So go ahead, I'll let you do this.
You want to call it, Larry? Bradley's going to end up at 3rd on a double by Ramirez, 2nd and 3rd. So a good chance here for the Cubs with Fontenot coming up. Go ahead, Larry.
And you know, if Aaron can pitch the way we think he can, then we'll cover, you know, 6th into the 7th, and Marmol can be the 8th, and Gregg the 9th, and you know, that can be develop into a really good situation. And Neil Kotz has thrown the ball very well this spring, so he fits into that equation too. And you know, all things go well, then it's a pretty good bullpen.
Don't want to put you on the spot. It's a group decision, but is there a day where you'd like to kind of have everything settled? Lou said before the ball game, you know, he referred the writers to Jim Hendry on this, but those last couple spots are going to be some tough calls.
Well, they are, and you know, we've got Dave Patton involved in that, and he's a Rule 5 guy, and has a very good draft. Whether he's on the team or not, it was an excellent draft because of the way he's throwing the ball, and for our scouts to see a guy in A-ball that's not closing and not setting up and not starting and say he's a Rule 5 guy and Jim to go with it, you know, it was a terrific choice, and he may make the team, but whether he does or not, it was a great draft, and I think we'll do okay with whatever. And then you've got some option guys, you know, the guys that are going to be out of options that you don't want to lose, and you know, it looks like it probably comes down to the wire.
Second and third, and a 2-0 count on Fontenot. High fly ball deep to center. Crisp really battling that sun. Now he finds it. Both runners are going to tag, and the Cubs will get on the board on a sac fly by Fontenot as Bradley crosses the plate. It's 2-1. Larry, thanks so much for the time. Let's see, we'll see Marmol today, correct?
Yes, you'll see Patton and Marmol. Well, you won't see Patton. You'll see Heilman, Marmol, and then probably Guzman and Samardzija at the end. So tomorrow, Dave Patton will pitch. So we'll get them all going and hopefully make a good decision.
Appreciate the time as always, Larry. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Lynn and Bob.
Thanks, Larry.
Okay.
That's Larry Rothschild as Coco Crisp and out to the edge of the grass right near the warning track on the sac fly by Fontenot. You like to have tough decisions, right, at the end of spring training. That means good competition. Ground ball and knocked down by Gordon. He'll have just enough time to get Johnson, and that ends the inning. 2 hits, 1 run. Bottom 4. Royals 2, Cubs 1.
Here we can see that the structure of price variance is going to shift unilaterally according to daily expenditures and profit margins. And here on slide 88 of 250, we have a contribution.
That's why Southwest Airlines has 8 daily nonstops from Chicago Midway to Minneapolis-St. Paul, so you can fly when you want and do business your way. Fly from Chicago Midway to Minneapolis-St. Paul for only $49. Book now only at southwest.com. Low fares, no hidden fees.
This quote of the week is brought to you by Nationwide agent Jeff Vukovich, in business for over 30 years. For an insurance quote for auto, home, life, or business, please call Nationwide agent Jeff Vukovich at 847-825-4783.
Rascal Flats, American Living Unstoppable Tour 2009. Unstoppable. With very special guests, Vince Gill and Darius Rucker. Saturday, July 18th at Wrigley Field. Tickets are on sale now. Online at tickets.com or charged by phone at 1-800-THE-CUBS. Rascal Flats, presented by JCPenney and US 99. Produced by Live Nation.
The flooring experts at Luna. Luna installs around your schedule, and they guarantee installation for life. With a low price guarantee and 2 rooms for the price of 1, there's no need to shop at a big box store.
773-202 Luna.
Pledge your allegiance to the Cubs by becoming a member of the Cubs Club, the official online fan club for die-hard Cub fans. Cubs Club members receive several exclusive benefits, such as a subscription to 2009 MLB.com game day audio, special merchandise, and much more. To join today, visit Cubs.com, where baseball is always on.
Tien, Guillen, and Jacobs against Rich Harden. Thanks to Larry Rothschild for grabbing the headset the last half inning. 2 runs on 1 hit for the Royals. I mean, this is a familiar line for Rich Harden. I mean, last year there were a few starts I can remember. This is very deep. Fukudome back to the track, and that ball gets out. Tien with his 6th home run. His slugging percentage coming in was 1,000, and that'll go up. But you look at it, Bob, after about 6 innings, Rich Harden would give up 2 or 3 runs on about 2 or 3 hits. He doesn't give up many, but he's given up 2 blasts today.
Well, and you heard Larry Rothschild talk about the base on ball starting that bottom half of the 2nd inning to Jose Guillen. That's something that Rich Harden needs to avoid. Because of the style of pitcher he is, he throws a lot of high fastballs. Occasionally that changeup will stray up in the strike zone. He's going to give up some home runs. You just have to avoid the base on balls preceding the home runs.
Fukudome the catch. Guillen retired.
And this ball was toasted right here. Middle of the plate, belt high. Man, Tien gives the Royals some sock at that second base position. We've talked about some possible defensive liabilities for Tien playing that position, but he brings some power from the left side of the plate.
They also have Willie Bloomquist and Alberto Callaspo battling for time there, but Tien's going to hit himself into the lineup somewhere.
You know, he's a little reminiscent of Mark DeRosa in the fact that he can play a number of positions. considered more of an offensive player than a defensive player, and I would assume at some point in his career he will settle at one position and be an everyday player, whether it's second base or third base or maybe one of the corner outfield spots, because he can swing that bat.
Talking to some of the people who watch this team on a daily basis, it seems like Tian is better offensively when he plays the infield, since he is a natural third baseman. That's the position he played for Canada in the WBC. So he seems to be most comfortable on the infield. It's going to be tough for Trey Hillman to tell a guy who is batting .500 you're not in the opening day lineup. Even though it'll probably be against the lefty Mark Burley. Jacobs swings and misses. And Harden picks up his 4th strikeout. Trey Hillman spent a long time managing in Japan before he came back to the States to manage these Royals. Swing and a miss. 5 years in Japan. The Hokkaido Nippon Ham Fighters. Trey Hillman really turned around that franchise and went to the playoffs 3 times, won the Pacific League crown twice, and the Japan Series title in 2006. Ground ball to Ramirez. And he'll throw out Butler. Leadoff home run by Mark Tian. And it's now 3-1 Kansas City as we head to the 5th.
If you thought Arby's was just about roast beef, then you haven't tasted our new Roast Chicken Club. It's taking chicken to a whole new level. Made with oven-roasted, all-white meat chicken to seal in the juices. Then it's freshly sliced and topped with Swiss cheese, thick-cut pepper bacon, and our one-of-a-kind chicken addiction sauce. Step up to Arby's Roast Chicken Club and give boring chicken the boot. Arby's new one-of-a-kind Roast Chicken Club. Juicy, fresh, delicious. One bite and you'll say, I'm thinking Arby's.
Opening day doubleheader.
This is always the most exciting day of the season.
Opening day doubleheader.
There's a deep drive to left, and it's a 2-run homer.
White Sox, Royals, Cubs, Astros. April 6th on Comcast Sportsnet.
Comcast Sportsnet is sponsored locally in part by Mulligan's Valley Pub in Coal Valley. Join us for the games. When they score, we pour.
The home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
The Jimmy John's stolen base leaders for the Cubs in 2008. They were middle of the pack, 8th in the National League in steals last season. Alfonso Soriano should be able to steal more than 19 if he can keep his legs healthy this season. Willie Bloomquist now playing right for the Royals, and he's going to have to knock this one down as Coy Hill has reached base twice, a walk and a single.
Yeah, that sigh of relief you may have heard this morning was Coy Hill. You know, you got to believe he can just relax now the rest of spring training, do what he has to do to get ready for the regular season, catch the pitchers that perhaps he hasn't seen as much of this spring, get some bullpen work in with those pitchers, but certainly should be a lot more relaxed from this point forward.
And the big adjustment for Coy, and along with Micah Hoffpower and some of the other bench guys, is he'll have to get used to playing a lot less.
And with that in mind, it's not uncommon for a major league manager to try to find more playing time for his bench guys early in the season. I mean, Micah Hoffbauer's had as many at-bats as any human being on the face of the earth down here in the Cactus League. You'd like to get his bat in there while he's swinging a hot one.
Cubs with back-to-back singles and the top of the order coming up. That's Aaron Miles' game, isn't it, right there? He's a singles machine. Not going to hit for a lot of power.
Well, and he's a smart hitter. He looks around. He sees what the defense has to offer. There's a hole over there on the right side of the infield, so he makes sure to get that bat head out in front of home plate. He's rolled over that ball, hits a hard grounder through the right side. You know, play the percentages. Where do I have the best chance to get a base hit right now? And in that instance, ground ball to the right side gives him a good chance to get a base hit.
Soriano turned away from that slow curveball and it found the strike zone. You have a feeling he was sitting dead red? He thought that one was coming right at his eyes.
Kind of a high strike, that breaking ball coming across about belt high, but yeah, he's always sitting dead red first pitch. Which begs the question, why does anybody throw him a first pitch fastball? We've seen Alfonso Soriano start games with home runs so many times. The first pitch he sees, it really makes you wonder why opposing pitchers think they can sneak one by him to start a ball game, or to start an at bat for that matter.
Oh-2 that kicks away from Olivo. Both runners are going to move up a base on a wild pitch. See what the Royals do now defensively. Nobody out. Probably give up that tying run gladly just to get an out. You see Soriano, he does not stand deep in the box. His front foot's right up near the front line. He has a big bat, but he has extremely quick hands. That's high. 2 balls, 2 strikes. You assume most guys stand as far back as possible. That's not the case.
Well, especially good fastball hitters. They usually stand on that very back line of the box to give themselves as much time as possible to see that pitch. But Soriano way up in the front of that batter's box. But as you mentioned, he is ready to hit that fastball.
Popped him up out in the left. It's not too deep. Aviles' shortstop's going to make the catch, and Coy Hill not tagging. So a missed RBI chance, but now an opportunity for Kosuke with 1 out. Bob, is that a play? If there's 1 out in the inning, Mike Quaddy plays it differently with Coy Hill at third, maybe takes more of a risk.
Well, and the read on that play is who makes the play. Is the left fielder coming in making the catch? Is momentum coming toward home plate, or is it the shortstop going away from the infield? And yeah, you know, late in a ball game, tie game, or down by a run, you might take a chance there and tag and attempt to score and force that shortstop to make that off balance throw to home plate.
And we should add, if it's late and it's the regular season, Coy Hill's not running at
Probably
third.
not.
Yeah. I mean, Joey Gathright tags on that play. Nothing against Coy Hill's speed.
It's just reality. Joey Gathright is faster than Coy Hill.
Yes.
Joey Gathright is probably faster than anybody in uniform today. But we've talked to Mike Quaddy many times about part of his job at third base is to, you know, analyze everything before the action so that when something happens, you're ready to react. Let that base runner know what he has to do. And certainly the personnel involved at third base is a major part of that. Is the guy a quick runner? Can he get a good jump off the bag? Is he fast enough to beat the shortstop's throw to the plate? Or is he somebody we need to be a little more careful with? And if he's somebody that you have no confidence can score on a shallow fly ball, you have him go halfway just in case the ball is dropped.
Another pop up, this one on the infield, and it'll be Aviles right at the edge of the grass. So now 2 outs. And it'll be Michael Hoffpower. The top 3 hitters in the Cubs lineup right now combined 0 for 8. There's a former Royal, Joey Gathright.
And Len, this is where the team aspect of baseball really comes in. So much of this game is individual, mano a mano, but right now Alfonso Soriano and Kosuke Fukudome are really rooting for Michael Hoffpower to pick them up.
He pops it up. And it's behind the dugout. Gets me back to a point I was going to make earlier before the inning ended. You know, if you have offensive ballparks, and many here in Arizona are, just because of the light air, it really stands to reason that you would try to even it out a little bit by giving the pitcher a little more room in foul territory. But what the double whammy lately in terms of ballpark construction has been bandboxes with very little foul ground, which usually leads to even more run scoring. And the point is that, you know, occasionally a foul ball like we just saw could be caught. The ball Reed Johnson caught earlier in foul territory in most major league parks is out of play. But in an effort to get the fans closer to the action, which we certainly understand, you usually take away a lot of that foul territory, particularly near the foul poles. Out into right center, and Michael Hoffpower gets it done, and he ties the ball game. Give him 24 RBIs on the spring, and it's 3-3.
And Michael Hoffpower does pick up his teammates, coming through with a big base hit. Waited really well on that breaking ball. Got his weight out on his front foot, but kept his hands back, recognized the off-speed pitch, and splits that gap in right center field to drive home 2.
So Davies got close to getting out of it, but not quite. That one almost hit the umpire. Bradley 3 for 3. I think Milton's wishing today were April 30th, not March 30th. He just wants to find a way to keep it hot.
Just send him on to Houston. He can meet the team next week. He's ready to roll. I tell you, Len, some guys, you watch them in the on-deck circle, you watch their body language as the way they make their way up to the plate. This guy's hungry to hit. He can't wait to get in there and have that pitcher try to throw something past him.
He is now 21 for 41. He is batting over 500. Two on for Ramirez in the dirt. Ball 1.
Well, it's not going to happen this way every game throughout the regular season, but this is what the Cubs offense brings. You know, I'm sure Kyle Davies was feeling pretty good about himself. 2 men on base, got a couple of pop-ups, was just about to get himself out of the inning, and before he knows it, he's in trouble again. 2 runs already across the plate, another man in scoring position, and the middle of the Cubs lineup making their way to the plate. That's what this strong offensive club can do to an opposing pitcher.
Four singles so far in the inning. Davies ready, and now he steps off. Ready again, and this time to the plate. Hoffpower with the big 2-run single. Bradley followed with a base hit, and now it's Ramirez with a 2-1 count.
Ooh. Had a rip at that one. Fastball belt high up over the plate. It's a little shake of the head by Ramirez. He knows that's a pitch. In another week, that ball's going to be rattling around out there on the bank. What a vicious cut that time. Just underneath it.
2-2. He struck him out as Olivo got nailed in the helmet on the backswing by Ramirez. They tie it up. Hoffpower knocking in 2. Got to be careful behind the plate. It's 3-3.
Dear PlayStation, MLB 09 The Show thinks I can't hit the high and inside fastball. You're gonna fix that, right?
Well, Dustin, PlayStation gamers demand the most realistic baseball game ever, so we're just gonna keep it as is. It's called integrity.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just polishing my MVP trophy. How many MVPs do you know that can't hit that pitch?
Apart from you?
MLB 09 The Show, the most realistic baseball game ever. Rated E for everyone.
This one's good. Be flat. Let's drive this thing and see what it sounds like. It worked.
Want to see all the action from the front row? Now you can with the CBOE Front Row Seats auction. Front row seats will be auctioned off to each game all season long. For more information, visit Cubs.com and click on the CBOE Front Row Seats auction. The best seats are always a click away.
Sports Rise every morning only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
After the game, don't miss Chicago Tribune Live on Comcast Sportsnet. Tribune writers, sports stars, and celebrities join host David Kaplan to discuss the day's hottest sports topics and set the table for the night ahead. Don't miss Chicago Tribune Live after our game right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. And we'll just say it right now, Cap, nice tie. One of the best dressed men in Chicago, David Kaplan, coming up later. 1-0 on Alex Gordon. We're back to even. He hit a 2-run homer off Harden in the second. Rich with the 1-0. That missed. 2 balls, no strikes. Harden's from Victoria, British Columbia. 27 years old, 6'1", 195 pounds. Got a 177 earned run average, only 14 earned runs in 12 regular season starts for the Cubs last year after the trade. So there you go, about an earned run per start. Lots of double-digit strikeout performances. Always going to be a little bit of a concern about his shoulder. He's had a lot of arm trouble in his career, but the Cubs have been right on top of it. And I think the aforementioned training staff led by Mark O'Neill and Ed Halber, another one deep, and Reed Johnson watches it go. Alex Gordon with a 2-homer game to make it 4-3 Kansas City. The third homer surrendered by Harden.
Back-to-back changeups to Alex Gordon. Unfortunately, they both looked almost identical. That one up and out over the plate. Rich Harden wants to get that pitch down lower in the strike zone with that sinking action that causes the batter to swing over the top of it. That time it was up. Gordon recognized the pitch, very similar to the pitch that he saw previous to the home run ball.
One strike on Olivo. Well, but I really think, you know, guys like Mark O'Neill and Ed Halber, the training staff, the medical staff, they are the unsung heroes of any major league organization. And there's a relationship there, isn't there, Bob? I mean, you know, ultimately, in terms of what you do to take care of your body and to keep it in peak condition. Tim Buss is strength and conditioning coordinator as well. I mean, it ultimately is up to the player. You can't make a guy do something he doesn't want to do. And so that relationship is very, very important.
No question about it. I mean, the first thing you heard from every camp this spring was, if we stay healthy, we think we have a chance to win our division or win the World Series or be competitive, whatever your goal is as a ball club. But it's always prefaced with, if we stay healthy. And a large part of that load falls on the training staff, and as you mentioned, their relationship with the players, to make it very important to the players to want to stay in good shape and to want to keep their bodies and their minds healthy and ready to go for the long season.
That went up and in on Olivo. So he draws the walk.
Almost walked into a fastball up and in. You can see that upper body open up, very reminiscent of when Alfonso Soriano got hit in the hand last year. Ideally, the batter closes that front shoulder, protects himself with his back and lead shoulder, rather than turning open and exposing your hands, your chest, your wrists, your elbows.
Well, how often have you heard of players kind of, quote, going off campus to have medical procedures or to get second opinions? And, you know, second opinions are fine, but again, it's that trust factor in having an organization and a player get together and say, this is what we feel the best course of action is.
I really think a lot of the problems that Major League Baseball has had with the steroid issue and the performance enhancing drugs, the way for that was kind of paved by allowing too many guys to have their own personal trainers in the clubhouse. The guys would work out at a club somewhere in their hometown and then come to the ballpark later and not participate with the rest of their teammates. I really think that made it way too easy for a lot of guys to get off the track and get into some bad habits and start doing some bad things. And, you know, ideally your ball club and your training staff and your medical staff at the major league level will give you everything you need to succeed at this game and to stay healthy and to stay on the field. There really should be no reason to seek outside help other than, as you mentioned, perhaps a second opinion on an injury. Does a guy need surgery? Does he not need surgery? Certainly that's understandable, but as far as your daily preparation for a ball game, that should be done at the ballpark with team personnel.
1-2 on Aviles. Larry Rothschild on the phone down to the bullpen. Little dribbler hit to Ramirez, and they'll get one, but that's it, as Fontenot doesn't even make a relay throw. That's the first out. Rich Harden may be getting close to the end of his day. Some action out in the Cubs bullpen. Aaron Heilman. Well, the good news is they've cooled off Coco Crisp, but not so much Tien and Gordon.
And then talking about Rich Harden in that 4 spot in the rotation, there are times throughout the season, because of off days or rainouts, that you'll skip your 5th starter from time to time. Now, should Rich Harden need extra time from time to time, you may see Sean Marshall for a start or two slotted up in the 4 spot, and you slide Rich Harden down into the 5 spot to give him the extra days that he possibly might need this summer. Obviously, Larry and Lou are hoping that he can take the ball whenever called upon, but given the fact they're going to be very careful with him, especially early in the season, it wouldn't surprise me to see them use Harden and Marshall as a two-headed monster, depending on where the off days fall and when you need that extra start.
if you could make up the schedule, would you load up April with more off days? I mean, you have three off days in September. Cubs have a lot in July with the All-Star break. They have pretty much every Monday off in June. And where would you like to put most of your off days? Would you like to spread them out, avoid the 20 and 20?
Yeah, I think that's the most advisable thing, those long stretches, especially if a lot of them are on the road. But I think the conventional wisdom is, because of inclement weather early in the season, you build in some off days anticipating a rain out or a snow out early in the season. And you know, a lot of times players don't really need the off days early in the season. They're just really getting into a rhythm they would prefer to play.
Well, then you pile them up in September and you add a double header here or there, and you end up sometimes finishing with 28 games in 29, 30 days.
And then teams limping into the playoffs at well less than full efficiency because of all those days they have to play in the month of September, possibly some double headers. Pitching staff gets a little ragged at the end of the season.
Off the outside corner, full count. It says a lot about Milton Bradley in the dugout. 3 for 3 today, hitting over 500 on the spring, and he's still working on his swing without a bat. He's sitting right next to the hitting coach. Runner goes, bounced right to Hoffpower. No chance to get the out at second, but he does step on first.
See Milton Bradley over there just kind of ghost hitting in the dugout, probably thinking about something that he worked on earlier today in batting practice. And not only from the left side, he turns around as a right-handed hitter, does some ghost swings right-handed. Something to do with his stride there and the way he comes down on his front foot. I'll tell you, good hitters realize just because you got it going right now doesn't mean it's going to be there every time you step to the plate. It's something you constantly have to work on. I think that's one thing I think back, of course, during my playing career. I guess the best hitter that I ever played against was Tony Gwynn, and people just assume, well, Tony was a good hitter. Well, sure he was, but it didn't come easy. Tony spent hours and hours in that batting cage every day, hitting off a tee, taking some soft toss. It's been well documented how much time he spent in the video room. It wasn't an accident, and it wasn't all just God-given talent that made him a great hitter. He worked very hard at it.
I think in pro sports in general, we tend to give maybe too much credit sometimes to the quote try-hard guys who are talented, and maybe not enough credit to the guys who we say are talented and don't maybe work as hard. You all have to work hard to be great at this elite level, and you have to have a lot of talent too.
And a fair share of luck doesn't hurt either.
Sure. But my point is, Bob, that good is good.
Yeah.
And part of, I think, being talented is the mental attitude of being able to work that hard. Well, sometimes you say, well, this guy should have been better. Well, if he wasn't, there's a reason for it. Maybe somebody else just outworked him. You know, the quadruple A player. Coy Hill will head out and chat with Harden. And I don't have to tell you, I mean, you spent a lot of time in the minors, and then when you got to the majors, you stuck. But it's one thing to get here. It's another thing to stay here. You can't pat yourself on the back and say, I've arrived.
You can, but you may be patting yourself on the back as you're walking out the door very shortly thereafter.
Tapper foul.
I mean, raw ability will carry you so far in any sport, but then you know, the consistency that goes along with that, being able to perform at a high level more often than the guys you're competing against. That's what's going to keep you in the big leagues.
Battle continues and a base hit. DeJesus with a single and a right. They're going to try to score a run. Here comes a throw by Johnson, and Aviles is safe. And on the throw, DeJesus takes second, and it's 5-3.
Change it. All change it.
Well, that fastball is up and in, probably out of the strike zone. DeJesus showing a nice quick swing, buggy whipping that ball into right field. And with 2 outs in the inning, a big jump by Aviles. He's able to score easily. Hey, this team's pretty impressive swinging those bats. I mean, Rich Harden, granted, he's not at his best today. He's shown some real good fastballs. He's shown some real good changeups, but his command has been a little spotty today. But I'll tell you, this Royals ball club has shown some real good quick swings on fastballs and some good patience on off-speed pitches.
So it'll be Heilman in for Harden. And we'll be back. It's 5-3 Kansas City.
64 teams came, and then there were 4. See college basketball's biggest event on Chicago's biggest screen. The semifinals live at the venue, exclusively at Horseshoe.
Home improvement for a better life. Menards. All Crestline and Peachtree windows are 12% off. Available in vinyl, aluminum clad, or wood. You have over 1 million size and style options. All lock sets from Dexter and Schlager on sale. The Seville Passage lever comes in an aged bronze finish, just $16.99. The Flare lock set is an entry deadbolt combo and comes in a bright brass finish, only $54.99. Dedicated to service and quality. Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
We'll head to the 9th with the Cubs up by 2.
You're clear.
Partner, that sweater is uglier than Shea Stadium.
Surprised you didn't say that on the air.
It's time for a new wardrobe.
I assume you have somewhere in mind.
Wrigleyville Sports.
Oh no, that place is so intimidating. Too many choices.
Too many choices? Ever hear of asking for help? Their staff is the best.
Okay, say they help me pick out a new wardrobe. What do I do with this sweater?
Easy. Burn it.
Just like your hairpiece.
64 teams came, and then there were 4. See college basketball's biggest event on Chicago's biggest screen. The semifinals live at the venue, exclusively at Horseshoe.
The Chicago Cubs strongly encourage the use of public transportation. The CTA Red Line stops directly at Wrigley Field at the Addison Station. For drivers, DeVry University offers remote parking and bus service for just $6. For more details, visit Cubs.com or call the CTA hotline at 773-836-7000.
Now the Cubs and Royals will not meet up in the regular season. Second of 2 meetings here in Cactus League play, and the Royals lead 5-3. 2 outs in the inning and a called strike on Mark Teahan. It's Aaron Heilman on the mound. We'll probably get a pretty good look at that changeup in this at bat against the left-handed swinging Teahan. 2 runs in for the Royals after the Cubs tied it. Check swing. They'll go down to third. No swing. Been a good spring for Heilman, making his first appearance since that very windy night in San Francisco on Thursday.
He was in the mix earlier this spring for that number 5 spot in the rotation, but now will be pitching out of the bullpen where he's been much more effective over the course of his career. As a reliever, a 3.52 ERA and 280 appearances. As a starter, a 5.93 ERA. So at least those numbers would tell you that he's been much more effective coming out of that bullpen, one time possibly through the opponent's lineup.
Ooh, 2 nasty changeups to get him. I said he pitched in San Francisco Thursday. It just felt like it.
Yeah, it did.
In Scottsdale. Nicely done to get out of the inning. This is a wicked change from Aaron Heilman. 5-3 as the Royals take the lead back.
Because we can't
can't reinvent traffic. We reinvented how the driver navigates around it. With advanced XM real-time traffic and predictive weather, suddenly, the world's not so complex. The all-new 2010 Lexus RX at your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
What's your idea of financial security?
Financial security. Just protecting the roof over my head.
No matter where you're starting from, Country Financial can help you achieve it.
Retiring when I want to.
Your Country Financial representative can provide you with a tangible plan to protect what you have and plan for the future.
Some kind of safety net for my family.
At Country Financial, we always ask, what's your idea of financial security?
Rascal Flatts, American Living Unstoppable Tour 2009. Unstoppable. With very special guests, Vince Gill and Darius Rucker. Saturday, July 18th at Wrigley Field. Tickets are on sale now. Online at tickets.com or charged by phone at 1-800-THE-CUBS. Rascal Flatts, presented by JCPenney and US 99. Produced by Live Nation.
Hi, I'm David Kaplan. Monday on Chicago Tribune Live, the Sox and Cubs head into the final week of spring training. Plus, we'll bring you the latest on the Bulls, Blackhawks, and March Madness. It all starts Monday at 5:30.
Cubs trail the Royals 5-3 through 5. We are west of Phoenix. A lot of development out here in the Sun City Surprise area. Constantly changing. Strike one on Mike Fontenot. Davies in to start the 6th. Oh yeah, get those tiles ready to put on that roof.
Is that our remote podcast studio here in the Valley of the Sun?
That's right.
Just finishing construction on that.
Mike with a sac fly in the 4th. Change up in the dirt. The line for Rich Harden, he went 4 2/3, gave up 4 hits, 5 runs, 3 homers. Walked a pair and struck out 4. Called strike 3, went with the curveball to get him. Well, he's smiling.
He's smiling. A lot of crooked numbers on that line today, but he was able to take the ball, go out there and throw the allotted number of pitches for his outing today. A couple of mistakes up in the zone that cost him, but hey, if he feels good tomorrow, all's well.
And again, the Royals have been probably the hottest offensive team in baseball the last week or so. I mean, every mistake he made was put out onto the berm. Tell you, Bob, they're in the right division. Royals definitely could challenge if everything goes right for them in the American League Central. One kicks away from Olivo. Reed Johnson, the man with the goatee. Well, maybe the original in terms of this era. Now retired, but Jeff Bagwell back in the late 90s. It's a pretty good one.
You sure that wasn't Abraham Lincoln playing for Springfield Community College back in the day? Yeah, that's the new look, I guess. Boy, and fads come and go, and hopefully it will go quickly.
3-1, slicing drive to right, and it's down. Give that elbow pad to Matt Sinatro.
Nice piece of hitting by Reed Johnson. Gets on top of that high and away fastball, drives it to the opposite field. Has to jump over his own bat as he came out of the box there, but safely makes it down to first base.
If you just joined us, Coy Hill has won the backup catcher's job, with Paul Bacco getting his unconditional release earlier today. Also, left-hander Mike Stanton was released. So the spring roster's down to 28. That means basically 3 extra pitchers. Cubs with 15 pitchers, they'll get down to 12 before the opener on Monday. Back of third goes Gordon. 2 away. That's it for Davies. Trey Hillman's out. Doug Wechter heading in from the bullpen. It's Kansas City 5, Cubs 3, and we'll be back to Surprise.
Text Jaguar to the number 24442 to learn about 0% APR and exceptional lease offers.
The next available representative will be with you in 4 hours, 10 minutes.
Get your identity stolen, you'll spend day after day on the phone getting it back with calls to the bank, credit cards, the Social Security office, and on it goes.
Please continue to hold.
Fortunately, there's Farmers Identity Shield. For just $65 or less per year, your credit is monitored.
Thank you for holding.
Plus, a personal fraud advocate helps make all those calls. So make only one now to a Farmers agent. 1-800-FARMERS.
What am I going to do now?
This is roadside assist. I see you've been in a crash.
I'm pinned.
I'm sending an ambulance.
Oh no. I need you to do something for me.
Of course.
Can you call Jimmy John's?
Sorry I'm late. I got stuck behind an ambulance.
Jimmy John's, America's favorite sandwich delivery guys.
Kyle Davies pretty solid today. He'll be their number 3 starter next week, and has a chance to get his 2nd win in Cactus League action. He gives way to Doug Wechter. This will be his 4th appearance. He, since coming off a 3-week layoff, he had some blister and fingernail problems. And he signed a free agent contract back in December. He was with Florida last year. He's from St. Petersburg, and he pitched for the Devil Rays from 03 to 06. So at one time he pitched for Lou Piniella. He faces Miles with Johnson at first, 2 outs. Called strike.
We saw Miles in a similar situation back in the 5th inning after a Coy Hill leadoff base hit. He took advantage of that hole in the right side of the infield. See if he tries to roll over and hit another ground ball that direction.
Fly ball deep to right for Aaron Miles over the bullpen. And it's a tie ball game, 5-5. Forget what I said about Aaron being a singles hitter.
That ball was blasted. So much for hitting a ground ball through the right side also. That looked like some kind of a breaking ball that stayed on the inside of the part of the plate and didn't break very much. Just kind of sat there on a tee for Aaron Miles, and he deposits it out there beyond the bullpen.
Can you say wheelhouse?
Yes, indeed. Well, those off-speed pitches that are up and don't have the kind of movement that a pitcher's looking for tend to get hit a long way.
It's his first home run. 16 career homers in the regular season for Miles over parts of 6 seasons. Aaron saying to Mike Fontenot, "Can you do that?" Mike saying, "Oh yeah, I can do that."
Now, that was the short guy section of the dugout there. Miles and Terrio and Fontenot.
How about Ryan making the trip, not in the starting lineup? One, two to Soriano, on the hands and fouled away to the right. Different pitcher, feet about the same spot for Soriano. Tapped and it kicks foul with all that English.
Have to keep a close eye on that this summer, Len. I think that's kind of a lost art in the game of baseball too. Guys adjusting their stance in the batter's box, either closer to the pitcher, further away from the pitcher, closer to the plate, further away from the plate, depending on what that opposing pitcher is likely to try to do to you during a given game. Seems like guys find their comfort zone up there at the plate. They stand in the same hole, same distance away from home plate every at bat all season long.
High fly to right for Bloomquist, and he has it. And the inning is over, but the Cubs have tied it in each of the last 2 innings. 2-run shot by Aaron Miles. It's 5-5.
Rascal Flatts American Living Unstoppable Tour 2009. Unstoppable. With very special guests Vince Gill and Darius Rucker. Saturday, July 18th at Wrigley Field. Tickets are on sale now online at tickets.com or charged by phone at 1-800-THE-CUBS. Rascal Flatts, presented by JCPenney and US 99. Produced by Live Nation.
Deciding on a color? Let's start with some idea cards. That'll get you to the right one.
We're here because we've been there with the tools, products, and advice to get it done right. True Value. Start right, start here.
Get the right products and expert advice for your next painting project at K&K True Value. Start right, start here.
Thanks again, Quad Cities. Sexton Ford is your Volume 4 dealer, the only area Ford dealer to earn the President's Award. We're #1 in sales and service. Buy the best-selling truck 32 years running. Get an 09 F-150 for only $16,953. Or take the Fusion Challenge and get a 2009 Fusion for only $14,462. Get drastic used car discounts like an 08 Escape XLT for $16,995 or an 06 Mustang for only $13,995.
Oh, yeah! Sexton Ford is the talk of the town.
Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
5-5 as we get set for the bottom of the 6th. Beautiful day here in Surprise. Temperatures in the low to mid 70s. Very comfortable in the sun and the shade. And Carlos Marmol will pitch once again in a setup role. He was an all-star last year, one of the most dominating relievers in baseball. And at some point he is going to be the Cubs closer, but not right yet, as Kevin Gregg has won that spot. As you can understand, Carlos was disappointed when he heard the news yesterday, but not going to affect his attitude or hopefully his performance. He'll just continue to try to dominate as he faces Willie Bloomquist. Shattered his bat. Fukudome's coming in, and he's got it.
I mean, really, if you're in Carlos Marmol's situation, there's really nothing else you can do. We've talked about this in past telecasts this spring as you get a look at that broken bat by Willie Bloomquist. Cued that ball right off the end. But Marmol, in my eyes, was the most dominating setup man in all of baseball last year. He saved more games in the 7th and 8th inning than Kerry Wood did in the 9th, probably, if you really get down to it and think about it. Sure, he'd like to be the closer for this ball club, and I would assume that at some point in the near future he will be the closer. But for this season, with a ball club that looks forward to winning their division, going to the postseason once again, Carlos Marmol's role with this club is just as valuable as if he was getting those last 3 outs in the 9th.
Good slider to make it 0-2 on Jacobs. There's so many interesting factors. I think the most important, as he strikes out Jacobs, Lou alluded to yesterday, and that is making sure they don't overuse Marmol, and that puts some extra pressure on the other guys in the setup area, including Aaron Heilman, Neil Kotz. If those guys pitch well, that's going to make Marmol even more effective.
If you can space out his innings a little better than the Cubs were able to do last year, and the reason he pitched so much was out of necessity, but if you've got other arms down there that you can trust to bring into, you know, maybe non-game winning situations and get those big outs and save Marmol maybe for the next day or the day after, he's just going to be all the more effective this season. And we've also talked about the fact this is a ball club that, you know, hopes to win a lot of ball games this year. They may have some 8 or 10 game or 12 game winning streaks. A lot of those games will have save opportunities, and Kevin Gregg can't pitch every day. I mean, you know, most of the time you'll go 2 days in a row with your closer, maybe 3 days in a row. But it's nice to have a plan B down there that you feel every bit as confident in as your closer.
I think the coaching staff right now is liking the way Carlos has responded to the news. He looks very sharp. Oh, man.
Uncle.
Wow. It's tough to find a better outing this spring than the one Marmol just showed you right there. 1, 2, 3 go the Royals. Look at this swing. Oh, 5-5 to the 7th.
Get all your bathroom remodeling supplies from Menards. Update your bathroom with a new faucet from Delta. This 2-handle Leland model with a chrome finish is just $69. The Yorkshire with chrome finish is only $99. Replace that old tub with a Whirlpool from Elger. They're all on sale. The Cypress features 6 jets and is just $349. The Triangle features 3 contoured seating positions and 6 jets. $699.
Save big money at Menards.
The next available representative will be with you in 4 hours, 10 minutes.
Get your identity stolen? You'll spend day after day on the phone getting it back with calls to the bank, credit cards, the Social Security office, and on it goes.
Please continue to hold.
Fortunately, there's Farmers Identity Shield. For just $65 or less per year, your credit is monitored.
Thank you for holding.
Plus, a personal fraud advocate helps make all those calls. So make only one now to a Farmers agent. 1-800-FARMERS.
Dear PlayStation, MLB 09 The Show thinks I can't hit the high and inside fastball. You're gonna fix that, right?
Well, Dustin, PlayStation gamers demand the most realistic baseball game ever, so we're just gonna keep it as is. It's called integrity.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just polishing my MVP trophy. How many MVPs do you know that can't hit that pitch?
Apart from you?
MLB 09 The Show, the most realistic baseball game ever. Rated E for everyone.
Tomorrow, the battle continues as Derek Rose and the Bulls tip off against the Indiana Pacers, followed by Toyota Bulls postgame live. Bulls Pacers in HD, tomorrow at 6 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Well, that's about as sharp as we've seen Carlos Marmol. He looked fantastic. And going 1, 2, 3 in the 6th. Want to see a Cubs game from the front row at Wrigley Field? Now you can. Visit Cubs.com and click on the CBOE front row seats auction to bid on tickets in the very front row behind home plate and along the first base line. Front row seats will be auctioned off to every game all season long. Don't miss your chance. Go to Cubs.com. Check out the CBOE front row seats auction today. Kosuke slaps one on the ground right to the second baseman. It's Tian. One pitch and one out. Well, I tell you, that half inning got me fired up.
Oh,
that was lights out from Marmol.
I mean, we were talking between innings, Len, and I think a lot of people think that's a demotion for Carlos Marmol to award the closer's job to Kevin Gregg. I don't think Lou and Larry look at it that way. I certainly don't look at it that way. And a young guy like Carlos Marmol, you know, you can do a couple of different things. You can pout about it, be upset, sit by yourself and be mad and feel sorry for yourself, or you can go out there and do exactly what he did. Say, hey, I think you made a mistake. Watch this. Man, that was just overpowering.
3-1, Wechter covering, getting the toss from Jacobs.
I mean, after the initial disappointment wore off, Carlos said, I'm going to be the same guy I've always been. I'm going to have fun. You're going to see me smile. I'm going to go out there and do the best I can to help my team win games. And that was a perfect example of it here today. Yeah, those guys weren't smiling walking back to that third base dugout, though. Woo. Those were some funny looking swings by a team that's been red hot with the bats.
So has Milton Bradley's 3 out of 3, 10-game hitting streak. He is 18 for his last 30. Wechter's 1-0 at the knees, 1-1. .5-5 tie in the 7th. Maybe talking grip there with the former Cub Juan Cruz.
Well, it is such an art at this level. When you get an opportunity to stand and talk to pitchers or pitching coaches, and I've told the story in the past about the great closer for the New York Yankees, Mariano Rivera, and that devastating cutter that he throws, and it literally comes down to the number of stitches that he moves his thumb underneath the baseball to cause that pitch to get the kind of cutting action in on the lefties and away from the righties that makes him one of the most dominating closers in the history of baseball. How many stitches do you move your thumb over one direction or the other to get the kind of movement you need on the baseball?
So Juan Cruz will come in to face his former club. 2 outs in the 7th. It's a 5-5 tie.
Call the flooring experts at Luna. Luna installs around your schedule, and they guarantee installation for life. With a low price guarantee and 2 rooms for the price of 1, there's no need to shop at a big box store.
773-202 Luna.
At U.S. Cellular, we believe the most important connections are with each other.
Home improvement for a better life. Menards. All Crestline and Peachtree windows are 12% off. Available in vinyl, aluminum clad, or wood. You have over 1 million size and style options. All lock sets from Dexter and Schlager on sale. The Seville Passage lever comes in an aged bronze finish, just $16.99. The Flare lock set is an entry deadbolt combo and comes in a bright brass finish, only $54.99. Dedicated to service and quality. Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Call the flooring experts at Luna. Luna installs around your schedule, and they guarantee installation for life. With a low price guarantee and 2 rooms for the price of 1, there's no need to shop at a big box store.
773-202 Luna.
Who says you have to work on a Monday? Nice lazy day here in Surprise. Great time. Just kick your feet up and enjoy what's been a pretty good ball game. 5-5. Seen a bunch of home runs. Dominating performance by Carlos Marmol. And Juan Cruz, who broke in with the Cubs in 01 as a starter, has become a very effective reliever. We had to wait until the final day of February after spring training had already started to sign a 2-year contract with the Royals. Whew, what a swing.
Well, I can remember back in 01 when Juan Cruz broke in a game down in Tucson, Arizona, when I was managing the Diamondbacks. He looked like he weighed about 135 pounds and stepped out there on the mound and started firing 97-mile-an-hour bullets. Boy, at that point, it looked like Juan Cruz was going to be a dominating Cy Young candidate every year of his career. He's had a very nice career, but hasn't been the dominating top of the rotation starter I think people envisioned him being very early in his career.
Another swing and a miss. We'll probably get a look at their closer, Joakim Soria, at some point. Remember that name. If you don't know it, you're going to hear it and remember it at some point. He has been fantastic for the Royals. He was a Rule 5 pick and has become one of the best closers in the game today. You don't hear his name that much because he pitches for Kansas City. Called strike 3 just on the outside corner to get Ramirez. They'll get up and they'll stretch here in Surprise. Aramis didn't love this call by David Rackley, but his opinion doesn't matter. 5-5.
H&R Block certified tax professionals will do your taxes right.
My people got it right to the tune of $2,538.
My people got me almost $1,000. My old tax guy missed.
Found an extra $2,628 that I missed by doing my taxes online.
Last year, we found errors on 4 out of 5 returns prepared by others. That's why we have the confidence to guarantee you the maximum refund.
I need every penny I could get.
My people got it right.
No wonder 23 million people trust H&R Block. You've got people.
Experience a Cubs game at historic Wrigley Field. Individual tickets are available for upcoming games. Get your tickets now by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS, visiting the Wrigley Field box office, or by logging on to Cubs.com. See you at beautiful Wrigley Field.
Chicagoans love their pizza. That's why you come to Giordano's, some for 30 years now. We use only the finest ingredients to make Giordano's famous stuffed pizza, our equally famous thin crust pizza. Plus salads, pastas, sandwiches, and more. Come on into Giordano's and celebrate 30 great years with us. Giordano's famous stuffed pizza. We made it good. You made it famous.
Because we can't reinvent traffic, we reinvented how the driver navigates around it. With advanced XM real-time traffic and predictive weather, suddenly, the world's not so complex. The all-new 2010 Lexus RX at your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
The answer to that question, not sure today, but a bit of snow on the ground yesterday in Chicago. Let's go back to the Carlos Marmol 6th inning.
Oh, just a devastating inning. First out came on a broken bat fastball down around the ankles. And a slider in the dirt to get a swinging strike. And then look at this one, emergency swing, knee buckling slider. Butler tried to put a swing on it after the pitch was already in Coy's Hill glove. Great outing by Carlos Marmol today.
Here's Angel Guzman, big week for Angel. Out of options, trying to stick with this Cubs 25-man roster. And a strike to Alex Gordon, who's batted twice and has hit 2 home runs. It's Kyle Reynolds at third base. Andrew Rundle is now playing left for Soriano. Banged off Coy Hill.
Alex Gordon has put on quite a show today. #1 draft pick. First 2 full seasons in the major leagues, 31 total home runs. He might hit 31 this season. Good looking young hitter.
Angels 1-2. They're going to get him this time. Hoffpower unassisted. Guzman, 27. Signed with the Cubs as a minor league free agent back in November of '99. Good curve for a strike.
Shoulders down to the middle of the thighs. Another knee buckling breaking ball. Same pitch. He tries to lead him out of the strike zone with it that time.
Angel originally signed with the Royals out of Venezuela in '99, but the contract was voided and the Cubs jumped in and grabbed him. And sure, he'd tell you it's been hard to believe. It's been 10 years he's been with the Cubs. Check swing. He went too far. It's a strikeout. I don't know where we're headed today, Bob, but I should point out the Royals have 3 ties, so they've kind of been in that tying mode. It's 5-5. Still have a long way to go.
Well, a nice combination of pitches that time from Angel Guzman. Showed the big slow curveball early in the sequence, challenged with a fastball, and then put him away with a hard slider down low and away.
Line drive base hit to right. Aviles with his first base hit. Another former Cubs sighting, Kyle Farnsworth, another member of that hard throwing bullpen. He'll pitch next. I'm kind of bummed we're not going to Kansas City. They have a basically a new stadium. I mean, they have completely renovated Kauffman Stadium, put in $250 million, and the reviews have been tremendous. Long run by Rundle. He can't quite get to it, and that was a nice ballpark before they renovated.
Yeah, that stood the test of time. That was a ballpark certainly for the players on the field. Really a great place to go play baseball. Some new amenities now, some upgrades. I'm sure it's going to be even nicer.
'40th anniversary season for the Royals and the Padres. They joined up in 1969. One strike, the count on Crisp. And Aviles just got back in time. Guzman ready to pitch. Bounding ball. Fontenot comes in and he'll throw to first. Easy play. Guzman gives up a single. No runs in the 7th. Off to the 8th. Still tied.
People think life in California is one big vacation, but it's really a lot of work.
We have board meetings. Lots of board meetings.
We're always playing catch-up.
We're really just a bunch of pencil pushers.
We burn the midnight oil.
Hey, it's a dirty job.
Someone's got to do it. So if California seems like your kind of work,
When can you start?
Find yourself in California. Fly Southwest Airlines from Chicago Midway to cities in California for just $99. Book now at southwest.com/California.
You are now free to move about the country.
Dad, why are we Cubs fans?
It's complicated. You wouldn't understand.
But I really want to know.
Look. This. Now this is why we're Cubs fans.
So, they have stuff for all teams. I don't get it.
I told you wouldn't understand.
Some of us may not know why we're Cubs fans, but as long as we are, there's Wrigleyville Sports, your premier source for everything Cubs.
Thursday and Friday, Chicago Tribune Live is live in Detroit for coverage of the men's college basketball tournament, top coaches, star athletes, and more. Don't miss Chicago Tribune live from Detroit, Thursday and Friday at 5:30 only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Cubs baseball, April 6th on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Let's see, a Navy flag honoring the military week as we celebrate the U.S. military here in Surprise, Arizona. Plan your next corporate function or family gathering in the comfort of the Wrigley Field Mezzanine Suites, presented by Nuveen Investments. Suites are available now for games during the season. Be sure to ask about the April and May incentives. To book your suite or for more information, visit Cubs.com/suites or call 773-404-CUBS. Big Cubs fan making the trek over here to Surprise. Kyle Farnsworth is on. Not sure if he still throws 99, but at one time he did.
Pretty sure we're going to find out shortly. He doesn't usually leave anything in the bag. Once he steps on that mound, he's a max effort guy.
Fontenot fouls back. Farnsworth is the second Kyle to work for the Royals. Kyle Davies started. Farnsworth split last year between the Yankees and the Tigers. One and two. He's been a Cub, a Tiger, a Brave, and a Yankee. Got a 2-year contract over the winter, and he strikes out Mike Fontenot. We had him about 91. The board had him at 96, so he's throwing hard. Somewhere in the low to mid 90s.
And we'll take 91 since that's what we had. Right on the outside corner. Any pitching coach or hitter will tell you that a well-located 91 is a lot better than 96 right down the middle of the plate.
84-mile-an-hour slider. Oh, 0-2 to Johnson.
And we're seeing the starters play deeper into the ball game as we get closer and closer to the end of spring training, and I think it's really important not only for the players themselves but for Lou and his staff, you know, to put guys in situations that they're going to be used in during the regular season, whether it be as a pinch runner, as a pinch hitter, specialist out of the bullpen, come in a tough situation and get that one big out. Try to get guys in regular season game mode over this last week of spring training.
Johnson thrown out by Tian. Tian hasn't been challenged too much defensively today as he learns that new position at second. I guess he played there as a freshman in college, but hasn't since. Skip Schumacher trying to make the conversion from the outfield to second with the Cardinals.
I think the big concern with Tian is range. I don't think there's any question he's got good enough hands to play second base. Certainly has plenty of arm to play second base, but it's kind of a range position. You've got a lot of ground to cover on that right side of the infield and up the middle of the field, and that's what remains to be seen.
Sometimes it's fun to occasionally look back and look at all the former Cubs around baseball, and you try to say, okay, you could keep all these guys if they had been Cubs throughout, you know, who would still be on the team. As fun as that is to do, sometimes change of scenery is a big factor. I'm sure every organization could do that. But you can't then say, well, would Juan Cruz be this guy or Kyle Farnsworth that guy if he had stayed a Cub throughout the last half decade or so. Very sharp 8th inning for Kyle Farnsworth. Bottom 8, still 5-5.
Call the flooring experts at Luna. Luna installs around your schedule, and they guarantee installation for life. With a low price guarantee and 2 rooms for the price of 1, there's no need to shop at a big box store.
773-202. Luna.
64 teams came, and then there were 4. See college basketball's biggest event on Chicago's biggest screen. The semifinals live at the venue, exclusively at Horseshoe.
Add beauty to your home with Western Red Cedar Siding from Menards. It's naturally decay resistant with the warmth of real wood. Choose from 8-inch beveled or 6-inch tongue and groove siding. Your choice, 99 cents a linear foot. Enjoy the outdoors with the Augustine Collection. 4 sling dining chairs and a table, just $249, or step up to the Stafford Collection. It includes 4 chairs, 2 swivel rockers, and a ceramic tile top table, $859.
Save big money at Menards.
Mediacom Connections Channel 22 is your local source for the complete lowdown on all the action from your very own Quad City Flames. It's the Quad City Flames between the pipes. See all the highlights from the best home games direct from the iWireless Center. All the goals, all the hits, and all the action right here on Mediacom Cable. It's Mediacom Connections Channel 22 between the pipes. Catch the show at any of these times, brought to you by these fine area sponsors.
The home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
Experience Cubs baseball from the private comfort of the Bud Light Batter's Eye in center field, offering a spectacular view and catered service for groups of 75 to 100. The Bud Light Batter's Eye is a great option for entertaining in Chicago's unpredictable spring weather. The Bud Light Batter's Eye is also available for non-game day functions. To book your date or for more info, visit Cubs.com/suites or call 773-404-CUBS. De Jesus rolls that one through the 5.5 hole on the left side, base hit. Guzman still in. Nice crowd today in Surprise. 8,859. Cubs draw wherever they go. Tian with a homer and 2 strikeouts. He's been Reggie Jackson, Dave Kingman, Sammy Sosa today. Big swings. Kick and the pitch. Tien showing bunt. That's not Reggie. That's not Dave Kingman.
I mentioned the Cubs had 4 sac bunts this spring, 3 of those coming from the pitching staff. The Royals only 6 sacrifice bunts this year, but at bottom of the 8th inning. I mentioned it just a half an inning ago. You want your guys to start thinking about the things they're going to have to do during the regular season, and one of the things you have to do is get the signs. Mark Tien not so sure whether he was supposed to bunt on that first pitch or not, so he calls the third base coach down to have a quick chat.
That's former Cub Dave Owen.
Very few signs given in spring training. Occasionally you'll see a hit and run. And when a pitcher's at the plate, they always have to be aware to watch for the bunt sign if it's an obvious sacrifice situation, but not a lot of signs given down here in the Cactus League or in the Grapefruit League for that matter. Get your bat out of the rack, put your helmet on, and go up there and hack. DeJesus not a big threat to steal over there at first base. 21 stolen bases over the last 2 seasons in the big leagues with the Royals.
Tien chased, and Guzman strikes him out.
Probably the sharpest breaking ball we've seen from Guzman so far this spring. We've seen him drop that high curveball in there for some called strikes. This one in the dirt for a swinging strike. Nice block behind the dish by Coy Hill.
Can I ask a strange question?
Sure.
I ask a lot as Bloomquist digs in. Where a guy like Tien's hitting 500. He just looked a little discombobulated at the end of that at bat. Do you think the sign situation, showing bunt, going down to the third base coach, I mean, just the littlest thing can throw off even a hot hitter?
Your focus has to be so good as a hitter to go up there and get a good result against a major league pitcher. And there was obviously some indecision there. Either he got the bunt sign and didn't put it down, or he didn't get the bunt sign and was confused. He just was completely out of sync, and anything that causes you to lose your focus, it's going to make it a rough at bat. He's still upset with himself, or with the third base coach. Not sure.
Do you think he put the line in there for T for Tien, the eye black? Maybe that's a little artistic statement.
He's a big Kiss fan.
The numbers don't really matter what Mark Tien does the next 3 or 4 days, but it'll be interesting to see if, you know, a bat like that can all of a sudden make you go 0 for 7 or 8. You just don't know. The smallest thing. I can tell you one thing, he hasn't been questioning himself at the plate very often this spring.
Not at all, especially not today until that last at bat. Hey, you're right. Sometimes it can be, you know, a well hit ball that an outfielder makes a great diving catch or steals a home run over the fence. Sometimes the umpire calls a borderline pitch, puts you in the hole in an at bat, and you lose your concentration for just the slightest amount of time. You know, you get a bad result in that particular at bat, and now it's between your ears. And that's when the battle really starts.
You hear so often about closers just forgetting the last performance, particularly if you blow a save. But I think it goes for batters too, even more so. It's at bat to at bat.
I know very early in his career, Paul O'Neill, who went on to have a tremendous major league career and win some World Series titles with the New York Yankees and also with the Reds. But early in his career with the Cincinnati Reds, the book on him used to be, get him out his first at bat of the ball game. Really bear down, make good pitches. You got him the rest of the day.
Guzman mad at himself that he didn't stop that hard hit ground ball. It got past Fontenot. Now Angels in trouble as the ball now gets past Mike. But the runners will hold. They're at the corners with 1 out.
Well, needless to say, Paul O'Neill figured it out. You know, he found a way to let a bad at bat go and concentrate on the next one rather than dwelling on the last one. And he turned out to be a great major league hitter. But you know, when you're young, you really put a lot of pressure on yourself. And when he wouldn't get a knock his first at bat of the game, it really ate him up.
So Luke coming out. Jason Waddell, a left-hander, will come in. Guzman is out. 5-5 in the 8th.
64 teams came, and then there were 4. See college basketball's biggest event on Chicago's biggest screen. The semifinals live at the venue, exclusively at Horseshoe.
Home improvement for a better life. Menards. All Crestline and Peachtree windows are 12% off. Available in vinyl, aluminum clad, or wood. You have over 1 million size and style options. All lock sets from Dexter and Schlager on sale. The Seville Passage lever comes in an aged bronze finish, just $16.99. The Flare lock set is an entry deadbolt combo and comes in a bright brass finish, only $54.99. Dedicated to service and quality. Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
We'll head to the 9th with the Cubs up by 2.
You're clear.
Partner, that sweater is uglier than Shea Stadium.
Surprised you didn't say that on the air.
It's time for a new wardrobe.
I assume you have somewhere in mind.
Wrigleyville Sports.
Oh, no, that place is so intimidating. Too many choices.
Too many choices? Ever hear of asking for help? Their staff is the best.
Okay, say they help me pick out a new wardrobe. What do I do with this sweater?
Easy. Burn it.
Just like your hairpiece. 64 teams came, and then there were 4. See college basketball's biggest event on Chicago's biggest screen. The semifinals live at the venue, exclusively at Horseshoe.
The producer of Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is Mark Brady. Our director, John Walsh. Our associate producer, Josh Weingrad. Our stage manager today, Beth Pockman. Our technical director, Steve Feinberg. Mark Harper is our tech manager. And the senior executive producer of Comcast Sportsnet is Jim Corno Jr. Jason Waddell brought over from minor league camp to get out of a jam. 1st and 3rd in a tie game in the bottom of the 8th. He's facing Mike Jacobs. Here's the pitch. Popped him up on the left side of the infield. Miles will catch it. Big out for Waddell.
And that'll do it. Came in and got his man. Lou's making his way out to the mound here. I believe that's Jeff Samardzija down there warming in the Cubs bullpen. We just talked about starting to play games like you would during the regular season, and Lou playing the matchups. Breaking ball to Jacobs, popped harmlessly to the left side of the infield. A big out for Waddell.
Jeff Samardzija summoned. And he will come on to face Billy Butler when we come back.
64 teams came, and then there were 4. See college basketball's biggest event on Chicago's biggest screen. The semifinals live at the venue, exclusively at Horseshoe.
Home improvement for a better life. Menards. All Crestline and Peachtree windows are 12% off. Available in vinyl, aluminum clad, or wood. You have over 1 million size and style options. All lock sets from Dexter and Schlager on sale. The Seville Passage lever comes in an aged bronze finish, just $16.99. The Flare lock set is an entry deadbolt combo and comes in a bright brass finish, only $54.99. Dedicated to service and quality. Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
We'll head to the 9th with the Cubs up by 2.
You're clear.
Partner, that sweater is uglier than Shea Stadium.
Surprised you didn't say that on the air.
It's time for a new wardrobe.
I assume you have somewhere in mind.
Wrigleyville Sports.
Oh, no, that place is so intimidating. Too many choices.
Too many choices? Ever hear of asking for help? Their staff is the best.
Okay, say they help me pick out a new wardrobe. What do I do with this sweater?
Easy. Burn it.
Just like your hairpiece.
64 teams came, and then there were 4. See college basketball's biggest event on Chicago's biggest screen. The semifinals live at the venue, exclusively at Horseshoe.
Nice job, Jason Waddell. Came in as a specialist, and he got his man. Still not out of the woods here. It's up to Jeff Samardzija to get out of the 8th and maintain this 5-5 tie. Faces Billy Butler. If Jeff is going to make this club, it has to be as a reliever. Sean Marshall, the number 5 starter. And here we go. Ball 1.
Samardzija, too, in the mix for that number 5 spot in the rotation early in the spring. You see the 13 innings, 19 hits, 13 earned runs allowed. Not exactly the kind of spring he was hoping for, but as we've gotten closer to the end of camp, his arm strength seems to have improved. His secondary pitches getting a little sharper.
If it comes down to some of the technical numbers issues, that does work against Jeff to make the opening day roster, in that Guzman is out of options. David Patton, the Rule 5 pick, would have to be offered back to the Rockies if he doesn't make it. You got some salary issues with a couple of veterans, Godin and Vizcaino. 2-1 the count. And having said all that, it could also just come down to the Cubs want Jeff Samardzija to start at AAA, work on all of his pitches, get stretched out as a starter, but we'll see. Base hit left field, and the Royals have the lead once again. It's 6-5 as Billy Butler just knocked in his 14th of the spring.
Well, one thing every pitcher likes to avoid, Jeff Samardzija included, is predictable counts where you have to come in there and throw a strike. The hitter knows you have to throw a strike. He's going to be aggressive with his swing. Every time Butler catches that pitch out in front of home plate and lines it through the left side of the infield.
Gordon, a towering fly, but he's going to come up short in his bid for his 3rd home run, but it's dropped by Kosuke, and the Royals are going to get one. They're trying to get another, and the tag applied late. Johnson and Fukudome got together out in right center, and Kosuke simply dropped it. And it's now 8-5.
This is called an error on Fukudome out there in center field. He's the captain of the outfield. You see Reed Johnson calls for it, but when Fukudome calls him off, he gives way. And then the subsequent play at the plate, the throw just a little bit too late to get Butler. The Royals push across a couple on an error by Fukudome out there in center field. I'll tell you what, credit that error to the WBC. You know, I'm very ambivalent about that whole process, but you know, Kosuke Fukudome, when he could have been in camp with the Cubs working on communication with his teammates out there in the outfield, was representing his country in the WBC, and God bless him for it. But that's one of those plays that you have spring training for. A guy playing a new position, different angles on those balls hit into the gap. You could clearly see from our replay, Reed Johnson initially called it, Fukudome called him off, but then you have to make the play. Perhaps just a little hesitance on Kosuke's part as he went after that ball. He probably heard Reed Johnson calling for it. And maybe called late, maybe wasn't sure if Reed was going to give way, but those are the kind of things that you get ironed out in spring training, and because they haven't had the kind of reps that they normally would have had in the outfield by this point of spring training, a very costly error. Let's just take another look. That ball was skied a mile in the air by Alex Gordon. Just missed his 3rd home run of the day. And both players battling the sun. You could see clearly Reed Johnson was calling for it, but gave way at the last instant. The relay to home plate. Coy Hill actually was up in front of home plate a little bit there as he received that throw, and that gave Butler just enough room to slide behind the tag.
So the Royals with 3 runs in this inning, the last 2 unearned on the error. Too high on the fastball. Well, there was an issue earlier in the spring with Jeff overthrowing a little bit. Still a young pitcher. Excellent results last year as a short reliever. And this one will be caught by Micah Hoffpower to end the inning. But the Royals get 3, and we'll head to the 9th. It's 8-5 Kansas City.
Want to see all the action from the front row? Now you can with the CBOE Front Row Seats auction. Front row seats will be auctioned off to each game all season long. For more information, visit Cubs.com and click on the CBOE Front Row Seats auction. The best seats are always a click away.
Create a luxurious experience in your bathroom with Moen shower heads from Menards. Right now, they're all on sale. This massaging shower head features 4 functions, only $14.98. This white 4-function handheld model is just $19.98. Pace bath cabinets are an easy update to your bath. This 30-inch scuff-resistant St. Clair white vanity is just $159. This ornate 30-inch sienna birch in dark cinnamon finish, just $229. Save big with Menards. Everyday low prices.
Save big money at Menards.
This quote of the week is brought to you by Nationwide agent Jeff Vukovich, in business for over 30 years. For an insurance quote for auto, home, life, or business, please call Nationwide agent Jeff Vukovich at 847-825-4783.
Rascal Flatts American Living Unstoppable Tour 2009. Unstoppable. With very special guests Vince Gill and Darius Rucker. Saturday, July 18th at Wrigley Field. Tickets are on sale now. Online at tickets.com or charged by phone at 1-800-THE-CUBS. Rascal Flatts, presented by JCPenney and US 99. Produced by Live Nation.
Coming up tonight at 6:30 on Sports Night, the Blackhawks prepare for Montreal. Also, Cubs and Sox spring highlights. Join Pat Boyle and Mark Shanowski for Sports Night tonight at 6:30, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. The line score from Surprise. Cubs have 3 outs to go, and they trail by 3. Santo fan making his way out. Here's Joaquin Soria. He was an all-star last year. Hasn't given up an earned run this spring. 42 out of 45 in save opportunities. A former Rule 5 pick. He faces Aaron Miles, who tied the game earlier with a 2-run homer. How about this, Bob? In the same Rule 5 draft in December of '06, Joaquin Soria and Josh Hamilton were both taken, and they both became all-stars in '08. Base hit for Aaron Miles. So you can find some gems in that Rule 5 draft.
No question about it. Sometimes a player just gets log jammed with his current organization. A couple of players at the major league level ahead of him. Maybe some prospects in the minor leagues ahead of him. And boy, those scouts that can find those nuggets, find those gems on that Rule 5 draft, they're worth their weight in gold. Boy, and this guy has been a really good one. As you mentioned, 42 out of 45. At 42 saves, only gave up 39 hits all year long.
Yeah, that hasn't happened very often in Major League history. More saves and hits allowed. It's Andrew Rundle as he fouls it off.
Had a chance to see Drew Rundle play up in Boise, Idaho last summer. Had a real good year up there for the Hawks. Hit .292, led the Northwest League in extra base hits. Out of Bend, Oregon. Good looking young player.
Sounds like you're tight with Drew.
I've seen him play a little
Shorten it
bit.
up. Now the Andrew. Drew.
Me and my buddy Drew. I've actually seen Drew play several times this spring over at Fitch Park as Aaron Miles will go ahead and take second base. Currently is on the Daytona roster as the minor leagues are going through the same process as the big leagues, trying to cut those rosters down in preparation for opening day.
No steal for Miles. Defensive indifference as Rundle grounds to the first baseman Jacob. Soria covering, 1 out.
Let a pitcher hit! Let a pitcher hit!
A very quiet day at the plate for Kosuke. 0 for 4. Still hasn't hit a ball out of the infield, although he hit one very hard in the third that ricocheted off of Jacobs right to the second baseman Tian. And then Kosuke with the error in center, allowing the Royals to add a couple of insurance runs. Miles at third, 1 out, called strike. One and two. Soria originally signed with the Dodgers out of Mexico in 2001, and he was plucked from the Padres organization by Kansas City in the Rule 5 draft. Fly ball deep to right for Kosuke, and it will go. A 2-run homer. Well, he gave up 2 of the error. He gets them both right back. It's a 1-run ball game.
Fastball inner third of the plate for Fukudome. He knows he's got it right away. Squared it up on the sweet spot of the bat. The little bat flip there as he started his home run trot down the first base line.
And you have Hoffpower and Bradley coming up. This ball game far from over. It's only a 1-run deficit now. We talked up Soria, but he's given up a hit and a 2-run homer here in this ninth. Was able to get to him.
You would anticipate if Mike is able to reach, we'll see a pinch runner. Oh, hit it too hard.
Bloomquist catches 2 outs.
We saw Joey Gathright over on the bench earlier. Brian Terrio available.
First runs given up by Soria since he came back from the WBC. They'll intentionally walk Bradley. They might as well. 3 for 3 with a walk, seeing the ball extremely well. Ball 1. You have minor leaguer Kyle Reynolds on deck. 2-1. We're in the ninth, 8-7 Kansas City. Out into left center, Bradley with his 4th hit. He'll try to get into scoring position on his way to second base. It's a stand-up double. Milton Bradley's 4 for 4.
Well, we've talked about all his attributes at the plate. Another one is plate coverage. That ball wasn't that bad of a pitch. Outside corner, just above the knees, went out and drove it into that gap in left center field. Well, just no easy way to defend against Milton Bradley. Hits the ball from foul line to foul line from both sides of the plate.
And it's up to Kyle Reynolds, left-handed batting infielder. Swing and a miss. 6th round pick in the 05 draft out of Baylor University. Spent last year with AA Tennessee. Got a little power, 11 home runs, and now Bradley's coming out for a pinch runner. I think Lou was asking for time before that first pitch. It's going to be Gathright to run for Bradley.
Well, no surprises for the Royals. They know what Joey Gathright's capable of doing. He's not going to sneak up on anybody against this organization.
One strike on Reynolds. Tying run at second base. Fouled away. 0-2. Tough sledding here now for Reynolds against Soria. 0-2. And he's hanging in.
Good emergency swing right there. Breaking ball that was too close to the strike zone to take. Just able to foul it down at first baseline, stay alive, and see at least one more pitch. Just kind of hit the pause button right there in the middle of his swing to wait on that slow breaking ball, able to pull it foul.
Another 0-2. Just missed. The ball and 2 strikes. That is a fair ball, and the Cubs will tie it. Reynolds on his way to second base. They've scored 3 times against Soria here in the 9th. Nice going, Kyle Reynolds.
Oh, what a good at-bat. We saw him pull that breaking ball foul to stay alive in the at-bat. Took a borderline high fastball for a ball and then saw the same breaking ball that he pulled foul. This time he's able to keep it fair. That's up above the belt. Just tomahawks it down that right field line for a double.
Now a chance to take the lead. Cubs have not had the lead today. Ball 1 to Fontenot, in on his hands that time. There's a throw to second. Safe. He just got back. Olivo can fire it back there.
I knew we wouldn't go a whole day without Miguel Olivo showcasing that arm. He loves to throw. Hasn't had many opportunities today, but a chance to try to pick a runner off second base, and he really aired it out.
Fukudome with a 2-run homer. Reynolds with the game-tying RBI double. Cub fans here chanting, "Let's go Cubbies." I think Kyle Reynolds might be on the phone a little bit tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Might be getting a few phone calls. I'm sure he wasn't even positive he'd get in the ball game as Fontenot walks. And Trey Hillman's going to get his closer out of there. Going to grind for Soria. Pitching change. We'll tell you who the new Royals reliever is when we come back. 8-8.
Text Jaguar to the number 24442 to learn about 0% APR and exceptional lease offers.
The next available representative will be with you in 4 hours, 10 minutes.
Get your identity stolen, you'll spend day after day on the phone getting it back with calls to the bank, credit cards, the Social Security office, and on it goes.
Please continue to hold.
Fortunately, there's Farmers Identity Shield. For just $65 or less per year, your credit is monitored.
Thank you for holding.
Plus, a personal fraud advocate helps make all those calls. So make only one now to a Farmers agent. 1-800-FARMERS.
What am I gonna do now?
This is roadside assist. I see you've been in a
Yeah,
crash.
I'm pinned.
I'm sending an ambulance.
Oh no. I need you to do something for me.
Of course.
Can you call Jimmy John's?
Sorry I'm late. I got stuck behind an ambulance.
Jimmy John's, America's favorite sandwich delivery guys.
A rough ninth for Joakim Soria. Boy, it's so rare that closers in spring training work the ninth, but we're late in spring training. Trey Hillman trying to kind of set it up like he would in the regular season, and it didn't work out for the Royals in that regard today. It's a little bit of a surprise.
What a surprise.
A pleasant one from the Cubs perspective, and 267-pound, 6'2" right-hander Victor Marte. He'll face Reed Johnson with 2 on, 3 in an 8-8 tie. Marte spending the last 3 years pitching in Japan. The Hiroshima Toyo Carp. He was on the disqualified list with the Royals from 02 to 05. One ball, one strike. I would think the Royals would have Japan scouted out pretty well, considering their manager managed there for a long time. Gordon with a long throw in the dirt. They got him. Nice play by Jacobs, not known for his defense. That was a nice scoop to get Reed Johnson. The Cubs have tied it up 8-8 as we hit the last of the ninth.
Call the flooring experts at Luna. Luna installs around your schedule, and they guarantee installation for life. With a low price guarantee and 2 rooms for the price of 1, there's no need to shop at a big box store.
773-202 Luna.
try to hold your hand.
At U.S. Cellular, we believe the most important connections are with each other.
Home improvement for a better life. Menards. All Crestline and Peachtree windows are 12% off. Available in vinyl, aluminum clad, or wood. You have over 1 million size and style options. All lock sets from Dexter and Schlager on sale. The Seville Passage lever comes in an aged bronze finish, just $16.99. The Flare lock set is an entry deadbolt combo and comes in a bright brass finish, only $54.99. Dedicated to service and quality. Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Call the flooring experts at Luna. Luna installs around your schedule, and they guarantee installation for life. With a low price guarantee and 2 rooms for the price of 1, there's no need to shop at a big box store.
773-202 Luna.
The Cubs are still hanging in because they were able to get 3 runs off elite closer Joakim Soria. Bob, this is a situation we probably would not see in the regular season in interleague play, and that is Joey Gathright, who pinch ran for the DH Milton Bradley. Gathright stays in and plays center, which means you lose your DH. Now today, this game's probably not going to go beyond 10 innings, maybe 11, depending on how many pitchers these 2 teams have. But again, in the regular season, he probably wouldn't stick Gathright on defense.
And if I'm right here on my scorecard, I think right now Jeff Samardzija would be in the 2 spot in the lineup, previously held by Kosuke Fukudome, which, because of the way the lineup rolled around, would be the 4th scheduled hitter in the top half of the 10th inning. So should we get to that spot, should we go that far, we'll see a pinch hitter off of Lou's bench, and for every time that pitcher spot comes up again, you would see a pinch hitter.
It is rare. It does occasionally happen that an American League pitcher will have to bat. But again, it doesn't happen much. That guy might get an at bat. We'll see. Got him. Called strike 3. A good slider from Jeff. Or a split. Might have been a split.
Yeah, whatever it was, he got away with one. That ball was up just above the belt, inside part of the plate. Not normally where you want to throw either a slider or a split-fingered fastball, but sometimes a pitch can be so out of its normal zone that it fools the hitter completely, and I think that was the case with Aviles right there.
I'll use your line. It was so bad it was good.
So bad it was good.
The 1-0 pitch, crisp, hits it foul. By the way, I don't know where you parked, but I think I am literally in San Bernardino. So if you wouldn't mind giving me a ride to my car after the game, I'd appreciate it.
No problem.
I got a little lost out here trying to find the parking lot. Yeah, I'm right beyond that first range.
There's nothing but room over here in Surprise. It's there's a lot of area to park, and they spread it out. They call this the Surprise Recreation Campus.
Yeah, it was a surprise where I parked, I will admit. 2-2. I'm sure those nice people would give me a ride if needed. A lot of Cub fans here.
Guys trying to remember where he parked.
Three and 2. Trey Hillman going with most of his everyday position players for the entire ball game to this point. Jose Guillen left early. Crisp serves one into right. Winning run is on base. we know about the Cubs is when Micah Hoffpower starts, Micah Hoffpower finishes. Had some fun with Micah this spring talking about the Guinness Book of World Records for spring training plate appearances. Be a pretty special day next Monday night when he gets to run out to the third base line at Minute Maid Park in Houston. He'll have a lot of family and friends in attendance. Lives in nearby Jacksonville, Texas. Nothing in one on David DeJesus. First to throw.
Got to check on Crisp over there. 70 stolen bases the last 3 seasons for the Boston Red Sox, including 20 last year. Yeah, if we're going to see one, this would probably be the situation.
In there, 0-2. Cubs would love a double play chance. Nobody warming up in the Kansas City bullpen, but that probably just means we would see Marte in the 10th. Here comes Samardzija. Crisp got a good jump. Bat goes flying. Safe. He just got in. Nice throw by Coy Hill. The bat almost caught the Cubs coaching staff. That's a strikeout for Samardzija. A stolen base for Crisp.
So it takes a lot of guts as a catcher in a situation where you think that guy at first base is going to run and still go ahead and call for an off-speed pitch, because that's what you want to do. You want to get the hitter out. There have been a lot of catchers in the history of this game that don't like to call off-speed pitches with a base stealer on at first base. They want to give themselves the best chance to throw out that runner. Consequently, the hitter gets a much better pitch to hit. Coy Hill not afraid to call for the off-speed pitch from Samardzija. They did get the strikeout. Crisp stole the bag barely.
T in a home run in 4 tries. Strikeouts in his other 3 at bats, including the one in the 8th we talked a lot about earlier in the at bat. He squared around a bunt and eventually had to go down and talk with the third base coach, Dave Owen. 0-2. Tien started the day at 500 for the spring. Samardzija's 0-2. Low, 1-2. Might have been a little bit of an overthrow high on the fastball. It'd be tough for Jeff sometimes to harness that adrenaline.
It's all part of pitching rather than just standing out there and throwing. It's obvious he's got a good arm. He can get his fastball up into the upper 90s, but when he does, he tends to lose his control.
Three and 2. That's Willie Bloomquist on deck.
You would think another splitter in this situation with a base open at first base, a right-handed hitter on deck in a tie game.
Oh, and he got him. With that split, Jeff Samardzija gets this game into the 10th. 8-8.
64 teams came, and then there were 4. See college basketball's biggest event on Chicago's biggest screen. The semifinals live at the venue, exclusively at Horseshoe.
Home improvement for a better life. Menards. All Crestline and Peachtree windows are 12% off. Available in vinyl, aluminum clad, or wood. You have over 1 million size and style options. All lock sets from Dexter and Schlager on sale. The Seville Passage lever comes in an aged bronze finish, just $16.99. The Flare lock set is an entry deadbolt combo and comes in a bright brass finish, only $54.99. Dedicated to service and quality. Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
We'll head to the 9th with the Cubs up by 2.
You're clear.
Partner, that sweater is uglier than Shea Stadium.
Surprised you didn't say that on the air.
It's time for a new wardrobe.
I assume you have somewhere in mind.
Wrigleyville Sports.
Oh no, that place is so intimidating. Too many choices.
Too many choices. Ever hear of asking for help? Their staff is the best.
Okay, say they help me pick out a new wardrobe. What do I do with this sweater?
Easy. Burn it.
Just like your hairpiece.
64 teams came, and then there were 4. See college basketball's biggest event on Chicago's biggest screen. The semifinals live at the venue, exclusively at Horseshoe.
Well, it's 8-8 as we get into the 10th. Probably the final inning, regardless of what happens here. Yeah, one more inning. Saying to Trey Hillman, how about one? We're okay with one? Okay. So Coy Hill to start it. Not a big surprise. We've seen a lot of runs because these two teams have been scoring them in bunches this spring. Victor Marte, ball 1. Ground ball, base hit, right field. Well, might we see that bunt attempt you were talking about earlier as Justin Berg gets ready right behind the 350 marker out in right.
I'm not sure. Lou searching his bench there. I think maybe he was looking for a pinch runner, but he's got Ryan Theriot in the on deck circle, or rather in the hole, rather, to pinch hit for that pitcher spot that we talked about in the last half inning.
Miles swinging away, and it's going to go 6-4. That's it. Might have beaten the relay throw by Tian, but we'll never know because the throw pulled Jacobs off first base.
One thing you run into as you get closer to the end of spring training, the benches are a little shorter. You don't bring quite as many players, especially to the road games. And I think Lou was looking for Ryan Theriot to possibly pinch run in that situation at first base for Coy Hill, but you have to pick your poison. He wants to use Ryan Theriot as a pinch hitter, so no pinch runner for Coy Hill.
Well, it looked like a good throw would have gotten Miles. The Cubs get a break, and it's Drew Rundle. Cubs are out hitting the Royals 14-9.
Two sure tip-offs that a guy is over from Fitch Park playing in a big league game. Number one, Andrew Rundle has the double ear flap helmet on. And number two, he's got the pants hiked up to the knee. That's an organizational policy with the Cubs. All their minor league players have to wear the pants up just underneath the kneecap.
Big hole on the right side with Miles being held on by Jacobs. The kick and the pitch. It's low and outside. Missed again, 3-0. Arte's got a lot of moving parts. He's a big man, 6'2", 267.
Normally a run situation, 3-1 with 1 out in the inning. You start that runner, put it on the hitter to put the ball in play if it's in the strike zone, and take it if it's ball 4.
Miles goes, and it's hit foul.
And if you're going to run 3-1, you might as well run 3-2.
And he does go. Ball 4. A pitcher spot up, and Ryan Theriot will pinch hit. About the everyday shortstop coming to surprise and getting a pinch hit appearance in the 10th inning.
That's something you rarely see in spring training. One of your regulars getting an at bat late in a ball game, especially on the road. Got a delay here as Miguel Olivo comes out in front of home plate and goes through a series of signs to let his infielders know where he's going to go with the ball should the Cubs attempt a double steal.
Fastball strike. Huge spring for Theriot at 436. He's walked 12 times. He's only struck out 3 times. A drive pretty well hit, but crisp catches. Miles will tag. He's at third, 2 outs.
Well struck ball, unfortunately just to the left of Coco Crisp out there in center field, but a good read by Aaron Miles to get back to the bag at second, tag up. He saw the center fielder moving to his left, knew he would have had plenty of time to advance, and gets himself to third base where he could possibly score on a pass ball wild pitch.
Off power knocked in 2 to tie the game in the 5th. Trying to give the Cubs the lead in the 10th. They've been the pesky Cubs today. Cubs have not had a lead all afternoon, but they have come back to tie it on several occasions. 3 times, in fact. Foul pop as Rundle took off from first.
And no Royal defender broke to cover second base. They're going to concede the bag at second, not risk a throw that might get away into center field and allow Miles to score from third base. In fact, they're not even holding him on over there at first base, so he was just going to go ahead and take it.
Blocked by Olivo. Nice job by Aaron Miles. He would have tried to score if that ball had gotten past Olivo at all. And almost halfway down the line when that ball hit the dirt.
We saw Drew Rundle running on the pitch before, but then on the 0-2 count, he did not run to second base. I saw Roger Craig, my manager with the Giants, one time in a very similar situation, pitch out on an 0-2 count when it appeared we were conceding the run at second base and threw the guy out. Maybe Lou was thinking, an 0-2 count, the pitch out is too good of a possibility, so we'll hold the runner, and if it goes to 1-2, they may run him again right here.
That's not a balk, of course, because he faked towards third. He was off the rubber.
Kind of a risky move, however, with the go-ahead run down there at third base. If you don't execute that fake to first perfectly, you could get a balk call from the umpire.
This time Rundle does take second. You were right on it. 2-2 the count. And that is a stolen base because of a tie ball game. There's a drive by Hoffpower. Crisp catches it, and the inning is over. Sounded good off the bat, but the Cubs lead 2, and we go to the bottom of the 10th. Probably the final half inning today. It's 8-8.
Hey Cubs fans, are you looking to get tickets to the hottest Cubs games this year? Visit Cubs.com and click on StubHub, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of Cubs.com. Don't miss all the fun and excitement at the friendly confines with StubHub. There's always a ticket available to a Cubs game.
Home improvement for a better life. Menards. All Crestline and Peachtree windows are 12% off. Available in vinyl, aluminum clad, or wood. You have over 1 million size and style options. All lock sets from Dexter and Schlager on sale. The Seville Passage lever comes in an aged bronze finish, just $16.99. The Flare lock set is an entry deadbolt combo and comes in a bright brass finish, only $54.99. Dedicated to service and quality. Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
What's your idea of financial security?
My idea of financial security? Enough for an early retirement.
No matter where you're starting from, Country Financial can help you achieve it.
Helping my grandkids with college.
Protection for my new driver.
At Country Financial, we always ask, what's your idea of financial security?
64 teams came, and then there were 4. See college basketball's biggest event on Chicago's biggest screen. The semifinals live at the venue, exclusively at Horseshoe.
8-8, bottom of the 10th. Those fans sticking it out. And it's Justin Berg. Another right-hander brought over from minor league camp, and he'll get some action. It's kind of strange. I mean, this is one of those days where if you're the Cubs, you're basically just trying to get out of here not losing. Let's get out of here with a tie.
Play for the tie.
Willie Bloomquist will lead it off. Berg's from Antigo, Wisconsin. Working from the stretch, the kick and the pitch. Past Fontenot, base hit into right.
Inside out swing by Willie Bloomquist right there on a low 90s fastball. Pulled his hands in close to his body. Just shot that ball through the right side of the infield. There's a sinker working its way further down and in. Somehow managed to stay inside the ball and squeeze it through that right side.
Jacobs without a hit, 0 for 4, including 2 strikeouts. 1 ball, no strikes. Justin Berg was acquired from the New York Yankees in the Matt Lawton trade back in August of 2005. 6'3", 230, he's 24. He was a draft and follow 2003. Yankees took him in the 43rd round out of Indian Hills Community College in Iowa. He signed after pitching at Triton Junior College in Illinois the following year, 2004.
Check on Bloomquist over at first base. He's a lot better runner than people give him credit for. He's been a utility player throughout most of his career, playing multiple positions, was 14 out of 17 last year stealing bases.
It's 3-0.
I have to believe Jacobs has the green light right here if he gets a pitch to his liking.
Yeah, he had the green light, 3-0 in the second inning after 7 straight balls from Rich Harden. That time he didn't swing. 3-1.
Good pitcher's strike right there on the outside corner at the knees. That's where you'd like to stay if you're Berg. Keep that ball on the left side of the infield if possible. There's a hole on the right side because Micah Hoffbauer's holding on Willie Bloomquist over there. Trying to force Jacobs to hit the ball the other way or back up the middle where you've got more defenders.
High chopper. Fontenot had to wait, and he gets Jacobs. Winning run is its second. Kind of works like a sacrifice bunt. Runner at second, 1 out. Billy Butler with an RBI single in the 8th. And that gave the Royals the lead. They would add 2 on an error by Kosuke Fukudome. The Cubs came back to tie it with 3 of their own in the 9th.
Strikeout here would be nice with 1 out in the inning. That would give you the option of walking Alex Gordon, who's already got 2 home runs on the day and another ball that he crushed to the warning track in right center that was dropped by Kosuke Fukudome.
Splintered his bat, and the throw's going to go to second base. Bloomquist caught up in a rundown. Nice play by Miles. The tag applied by Rundle. Check that by Reynolds. 6-4-5 on the fielder's choice. That's a nice exchange for the Cubs. Now they have a runner up and not in scoring position.
Fundamental base running mistake there by Willie Bloomquist. I think what he had thought initially was that he could run past the third baseman. Reynolds had moved a couple of steps to his left to possibly field that ground ball. But when it got by him, he recovered quickly, got back to the bag at third, and Miles had Bloomquist hung up between the bases.
Not sure who it is, but the pinch runner for Butler at first. And a pitch to Gordon. Too low. Mitch Myers, the pinch runner. Back out of play.
And Berg right now should just stay on that outside corner. If Gordon's going to beat you, force him to beat you to the opposite field. Pitching becomes pretty simple in extra innings of a tie ball game. Make them beat you the other way. If a guy hits an opposite field home run or a gapper to left center field, then you tip your cap to him. But if you make a mistake on the inside part, give Alex Gordon a pitch that he can turn on after he's proven he's locked in this ball game today, then it's your own fault.
Big swing pitch in the at bat. Now 1-2. Got the high call for a strike.
Gumpy shoulders.
1-2 laced foul past Dave Owen, the third base coach.
We got that term from a former Tiger and a former teammate of mine with the San Francisco Giants, Darrell Evans. Duty used to take a big swing and a miss occasionally, and his shoulders would drop and his head would drop, and it became known as Gumby shoulders.
Called strike 3. The inning is over, and we think the game is over. Lou Piniella looking over at Trey Hillman, and that's it. So the Royals leave one in the 10th, and it's a tie. The Cubs tying for the first time this spring. For the Royals, it's their 4th tie. So Trey Hillman and Lou Piniella both wishing each other the best of luck in 2009. The final 8-8. Bob, I think we could take out of this one. I go back to Carlos Marmol's dominating the 6th inning after he found out a day ago that he wasn't going to be the closer.
Yeah, one huge positive to take out of this ball game. Also, the continued offensive surge of Aaron Miles really swung the bat well today. Ramos Ramirez swung the bat well. Milton Bradley stays red hot. A lot of good things to take out of a tie game.
That will do it for our game coverage. Stay tuned. Chicago Tribune Live with David Kaplan coming up. The final score today. The Cubs 8, the Royals 8. Join us again on Saturday from brand new Yankee Stadium. Cubs and the Yankees in the final preseason game of the 2009 season as they get ready for the regular campaign on Monday. For Bob and our entire crew, this is Len Casper, and we'll send it over to Dave Kaplan in our Comcast Sportsnet studios.
What's your idea of financial security?
My idea of financial security? Enough for an early retirement.
No matter where you're starting from, Country Financial can help you achieve it.
Helping my grandkids with college.
Protection for my new driver.
At Country Financial, we always ask, what's your idea of financial security?
Dear PlayStation, MLB 09 The Show thinks I can't hit the high and inside fastball. You're gonna fix that, right?
Well, Dustin, PlayStation gamers demand the most realistic baseball game ever, so we're just gonna keep it as is. It's called integrity.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just polishing my MVP trophy. How many MVPs do you know that can't hit that pitch?
Apart from you?
MLB 09 The Show, the most realistic baseball game ever. Rated E for everyone.
Mediacom digital cable means
the movie starts whenever we want with video on demand.
And we don't have to pay extra for our favorite channels in HD.
Mediacom digital cable means I get thousands of free on-demand movies and shows every month.
I can order a free movie and pause it when the phone rings.
Mediacom means big savings. Get digital cable with on-demand and stars for just $9.95 a month for a year. Call 1-800-CABLE-TV.
Mediacom digital cable means more variety.
And more choices.
All the features, all the benefits, all the resumes, all the jobs, all the information that you used to find at QCEmployme.com have moved to the new, improved QuadHelpWanted.com. Job seekers, if you want to search great local jobs here in the Quad Cities, you can find those jobs at a new address, QuadHelpWanted.com. Employers, if you seek great local resumes, you can find great local job seekers at a new address, QuadHelpWanted.com.
Let's rock it out. Okay.
It's been the best day of my life, Bill.
You're all aglow.
Ah, I'm so happy I can't even feel my arms.
Okay, Jackie.
I forgot to tell you the happy ending.
What is it?
You?
Get HBO on demand and Cinemax on demand. It's the best thing to happen to TV since HBO.
We can't be looking at that type of an effort and thinking that's close to being good enough.
Fighting for playoff position has never looked so different.
My little sister never even pulled my hair when I was a kid.
Gordon firing, hit it!
Oh, we're not going anywhere, Chicago!
The Bulls should expect a treacherous road to the postseason.
It's never easy.
We're springing back to practice. On Sports Night, right now.
This is Sports Night. Live from the Comcast Sportsnet studios in downtown Chicago.
Hello again, everyone. Welcome into Sports Night. And hey, look who's back. I remember this guy, Pat Boyle, back from vacation, a week covering the Sox and Cubs down in Arizona. And on top of all that, his alma mater, Michigan State, is going to the Final Four.
Got room in the Four. Do you want a road trip to Detroit this weekend?
Now, normally I would say no to that offer, but the Final Four, that's pretty interesting. I'd like to do that.
It should be fun. All right, Speaking of hitting the road, the Sox sent a player packing today. Jerry Owens was waived by the Southsiders this afternoon. It won't become official until Wednesday. And while it looked like the Sox would go with the platoon situation in center, it now appears that it's Dwayne Wise's gig to lose with Brian Anderson still in the mix. The Sox have basically set their 25-man roster. Owens with a disappointing spring, batting .220, while Wise hitting over .300. Dwayne was told before the game that he'll get a bulk of the starts in center field and lead off, while Anderson will get some time when the Sox go up against left-handed pitching.
Since I've known Ozzie, he's been a man of his word. He told me he's going to give me a shot this spring, and that's what he did. And I just took advantage of it, and I was able to win the spot on this team. I've been in this situation pretty much my whole career with, as far as coming into camp, and the spotlight's not on me, it's always on other guys. And, I just treated it the same way. Just came in camp, just relaxed and just went out there and played my game.
All right, infielder Jason Nix was placed on the 15-day DL with a strained right quad. That move and the other moves today leave Brent Lillibridge as the team's utility infielder, while Colon and Contreras were supposed to break camp as the back end of the Sox starting rotation. We'll see if that indeed comes to fruition. Mike McDougall was a surprise addition out of the bullpen, with Clayton Richard and DJ Carrasco serving as the long relievers for Ozzie. Our spring training report continues as we head to the diamond, where Colon and Contreras were throwing for Ozzie on this day. Sox and Halos going at it. Means Bartolo's taking on his former team as he looked to follow up last week's great outing where he threw in the low 90s. Bottom of the second, Gary Matthews Jr. singles home Torrey Hunter. 1-0 Halos. Sox answer back, though, in the third. Wise. The good news he received, grounds into the fielder's choice. He's out at first. Alexi Ramirez coming down from third. And we got a collision at the plate. Ball gets away. We tied the game, but Ramirez is hurt on the plate. Take another look. Catcher Mike Napoli steps on Ramirez's knee. Last thing Sox fans want to see, Alexi would leave the game on his own power. Bottom four, Napoli up and out. The backstop crushing Colon's offering. Angels with a 6-2 lead. Next batter up. Next batter out. Eric Ibar sends one to right center. We go back-to-back jacks. Part of a 5-1 lead at that point, and they go on to win 13-3. So here's the line on Colon and Contreras. Bartolo gave up 11 hits, 7 earned in 4 frames, including a couple of dingers. Contreras, not much better. He went 4 frames, giving up 7 hits, 6 earned runs. He had 3 walks to 4 strikeouts.
Wonder if Ozzie and Kenny are powwowing, maybe rethinking those roster decisions right about now. Lou Piniella and Jim Hendry also made some moves today, probably the biggest one involving the backup catcher position. Now, most people expected Paul Bacco would get that job after he signed out as a free agent this past winter. But look what happened. Bacco got beat out for the job by switch hitting Coy Hill. Hill's split time between the Cubs and the minors over the last few years. Both players were having good springs, Hill batting .381, Bacco hitting .364, but the 30-year-old Hill is considered the better defensive catcher, and he has the complete confidence of Piniella and the pitching staff. The Cubs gave Bacco his outright release so he could try to catch on with another team. Who knows, maybe another stint with Dusty's Reds. Same story with 41-year-old reliever Mike Stanton, the lefty who was out of baseball last season. The Cubs will have to cut 3 more relief pitchers to get down to the 25-man roster limit for opening day. And they looked at some of those relievers this afternoon. Cubs hosting the Royals in Arizona. Rich Harden on the mound for the Cubs after recovering from the flu. Bottom of the 5th, we're tied at 3, and Alex Gordon takes Harden deep. Royals up 4-3. Harden went 4 2/3, gave up 5 earned runs. Bottom 8th, 6-5 Royals. Runners at the corners. Fly ball to right center, and oh no! Kosuke Fukudome drops the ball. Certainly won't help his standing. Both runners score on the error. Royals up 8-5. Top of the 9th, 1-on, 1 out. And Kosuke atones just a bit. How about that? A 2-run homer to right field. A sigh of relief from Lou Piniella and his coaches. Cubs down only 1. Later in the 9th, 1-on, 2 out. Kyle Reynolds doubles down the left field line. Joey Gathright scores from second. Cubs tie it up at 8-8. And after 10 innings, they would call it a draw. It ends right there. And the countdown continues. Baseball's opening day now just 1 week off. Next Monday, April 6th, it's all baseball all day here on Comcast Sportsnet. We've got the White Sox and Royals from U.S. Cellular Field at 1 o'clock, and the Cubs and Astros from Houston at 6 p.m. And speaking of the Astros, all-star first baseman Lance Berkman did some hitting off a tee this morning. He hopes to get some game at-bats as soon as tomorrow. Berkman diagnosed with left biceps tendonitis after taking too many batting practice swings last week.
Sundin centered. It was tipped in by Kessler. And on the 2-man advantage, the Canucks add to the lead. A big game, and it was going to be an intense game, and it's spilling over here early in the 3rd.
It was a messy scene in the 3rd period last night and an overall frustrating evening for the Hawks against Vancouver. It was Coach Quenneville's crew trying to beat out for home ice advantage in the postseason. Now, one thing we saw last night that you won't see in the playoffs, a ton of fighting. Almost 100 penalty minutes were called. Chris Bowden has the post-brawl aftermath.
When they were beating us 3-0, about half a game left, there wasn't a whole lot going on, and it was just a message that, hey, you know, if we're gonna see a first round in the playoffs, it's gonna be a war.
It's nice we didn't go away quietly, and hopefully, if we do see them in the playoffs, you know, it'll add to the excitement, I guess.
At least Ben Eager doesn't have to worry about getting his hair pulled.
It is what it is. I don't know what happens, you know, as far as the league or whatnot, but you know, like I said, my little sister never even pulled my hair when I was a kid, so, you know, it's kind of comical when you got a grown man trying to pull your hair out in the ice.
I think that's silly, and there's no spot for that. And you want to fight a guy, but to try to pull a guy's hair out like that. Duncan's got nice hair too. I'd hate to have him miss some of it.
But what was missing for such a big game didn't sit well with their coach.
I didn't see much that I liked. I didn't, you know, we didn't have any pace to our game. And, you know, getting behind early certainly didn't help. And we can't be looking at that type of an effort and thinking that's close to being good enough. And let's be ready to play each and every game going in to the rest of the season is our motivation. We haven't accomplished anything yet, so we've got some things to do.
We're a young team, and you face probably the biggest game of the year. You know, so you hope the guys learn from that.
The Hawks went 6-9 during a just completed stretch in which they played 12 of those games at home. The final 8 are split evenly, home and away. And it starts with two teams fighting for their playoff lives as both Montreal and St. Louis hold down the 8th spot in their respective conferences.
That's good for us, though. Every night a battle like that, that'll be good for us, and that'll get us prepared for playoffs, obviously, with not having a whole lot of experience.
Everything gets compounded. The importance of the games are real. It's a fun time of the year and fun games to play, and I think we should all enjoy it. But we got to be better in all facets, in all areas that we were last night, but expect a dangerous opponent tomorrow night.
And it's also the final game the Hawks play outside the Central, where if the season ended right now, every team would make the playoffs. That's happened just once in the expansion era, 28 years ago, when all 5 teams from the old Adams division got in.
I think everybody has improved dramatically, and they got a lot of upside in either Columbus or St. Louis. They're in the same boat as us, where the excitement is genuine in the city here.
An excitement that builds in 2 weeks when the Hawks hope to have held on to home ice advantage for the first round. With the Blackhawks, Chris Bowden, Comcast Sportsnet.
Chris, thank you. Troy Brower's right knee injury not as bad as originally thought. He will definitely miss 2 games. Matt Walker's day-to-day. After the game against Montreal tomorrow night, final 7 tilts are all against Central Division foes. Nikolai Hovey will get the night off tomorrow against the Habs. Cristobal Huet makes his first start since March 18th. He's 14-4 and 3 this season, but has dropped his last 2 outings. Krista is familiar with the Habs, playing the last 3 seasons there before getting dealt to Washington at the deadline last season.
Well, the Bulls lost a heartbreaker over the weekend, so where does that leave them heading into the final 2 weeks of the NBA's regular season? An all-pro offensive lineman visits Lovie Smith at Hallis Hall today. Plus, the Bears get the popcorn ready for a preseason matchup against T.O. and the Bills. And it's a new quarterback with a new-look offense. Will that produce another winning season for Northwestern?
Sports Night on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by the United States Marine Corps. The few, the proud, the Marines.
I faced one of the toughest challenges of my life right here. I couldn't swim, but I can still hear my drill instructor today. Don't quit. So I jumped in, apprehensive and scared out of my mind, but I came up a Marine.
The few, the proud, the Marines.
64 teams came, and then there were 4. See college basketball's biggest event on Chicago's biggest screen. The semifinals live at the venue, exclusively at Horseshoe.
We love it! We love it! Yeah!
We love the 300 level because you can get crazy!
All the way up there.
It's all about the energy in the crowd, you know? It's good time. The energy, man.
I love the ball!
The energy!
Good people who really enjoy sports. We love the ball!
Sports Rise every morning only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Welcome back to Sports Night. Let's hope John Salmons won't miss any time because of the groin tightness that caused him to sit out the 4th quarter and overtime of yesterday's loss in Toronto. Salmons has been a godsend. He's averaged right around 20 points a game since joining the Bulls at the trade deadline. And Vinny Del Negro has been playing with a very short rotation since Luol Deng went out late last month. The Bulls finished off a very tough stretch, 5 games in 7 days yesterday. They rallied from 17 points down in the last quarter thanks to the outstanding play of their guards, Ben Gordon and Derrick Rose. Those 2 guys took the game over down the stretch, and Gordon hits this very difficult shot over Chris Bosh to send the game to overtime. But Bosh wound up having the last laugh. He tipped in his own missed shot late in overtime and a foul, and that was the key play. The All-Star forward had 31 points and 15 rebounds, but Vinny says he's got to deal with it.
It's pro basketball. It's just going to be the schedule. You got to get your body ready for it, and you got to keep working. And it's just, we've, it's a little frustrating, fighting back that hard and not being able to convert when we need to. But, we got to, big game on Tuesday at Indiana. It's never easy. It's got to make plays. We talk about all the time. The bottom line is you can diagram whatever you want, but you got to put the ball in the basket and you got to get stops. And you have to make plays down the stretch and be smart with the basketball.
Well, yesterday's loss really hurt the Bulls in their bid to move up the Eastern Conference playoff ladder, especially because Detroit won a close game against Philadelphia, so the Bulls are now one game behind the 7th-seeded Pistons. And that playoff spot not in the bag quite yet. Larry Brown has the Bobcats playing well. They're only 2 games behind the Bulls for 8th place in the East. And as Vinny mentioned, tomorrow night it's a rematch against the Pacers, a close game at the United Center on Saturday, won by the Bulls. We've got it for you here on Comcast Sportsnet starting at 6 p.m. Neil Funk and Stacey King have the call, then Kendall Gill will join me for Bulls postgame live.
The Bears' offensive line has been in a state of flux ever since they lost both of their starting tackles from last season, John Tate and John St. Clair. But word from Hallis Hall today is that veteran tackle Orlando Pace paid the Bears a visit today. 7-time Pro Bowler has already visited Baltimore and received an offer from them. Lovey's familiar with Pace from his days in St. Louis. Here's the Trib's David Haw on potential Pace signing.
I think it'd be great if he's healthy. I mean, that's the big if about Orlando Pace. But we're talking about a Hall of Fame offensive tackle, and you find a spot for a guy like that. Great mentor for Chris Williams, potentially. I know you just signed Kevin Schaefer, but if you have a chance to get Orlando Pace, there's an offer out there from the Ravens, but if the Bears can get involved, I think it's a no-lose situation, so you have to at least kick the tires on an Orlando Pace.
Bears released their preseason schedule today. Their first game will be on the road against Terrell Owens and the Bills, if, T.O. decides he wants to play.
Is it optional or mandatory?
Yeah, well, you never know with him. Then it's home to face the Giants August 30th at Denver. We'll see if Jay Cutler is still with the Broncos at that time. Their final dress rehearsal on the lakefront against, who else? The Browns.
Sports fans might be focused on the start of the baseball season or next weekend's Final Four, but in Evanston today, it's all about football and a new look backfield for the Wildcats.
We've done a lot of research and we've looked at a lot of different people with athletic and dual threat quarterbacks and a lot of research this offseason. And we're going to put some things in the spring and we're going to test drive them a little bit and see how it fits our personnel.
And one of the top seniors in the state was undecided on where he was going to play his college basketball. That is, until today. Find out where this Marshall hoop star is headed in the fall.
Plan your next corporate or social function in one of Wrigley Field's private party accommodations. Wrigley Field offers a variety of private catered opportunities to host and impress your group. The Mezzanine Suites presented by Nuveen Investments has 4 convenient rental plans to fit all budgets and needs. For larger parties of 75 to 100, the Bud Light Batter's Eye, located in center field, provides a unique view of the game. All private party accommodations provide generous food and beverage packages, as well as VIP parking. Call 773-404-CUBS or visit Cubs.com.
What's your idea of financial security?
Financial security.
No matter where you're starting from, Country Financial can help you achieve it.
Retire when I want.
The wedding of my dreams.
Your Country Financial representative can provide you with a tangible plan to protect what you have and plan for the future.
Peace of mind.
At Country Financial, we always ask, what's your idea of financial security?
We're blowing the whistle on high payments at the all-new Arlington Nissan.
Save $3,500 to $9,000 now. Drive a new all-9 Altima 2.5S for just $199 a month.
More than 1,000 new Nissans available.
Bob Royman.
Nobody beats Bob. The Midwest's largest Nissan dealership is the all-new Bob Royman Arlington Nissan on the corner of Route 53 and Dundee Road.
Chicagoans love their pizza. That's why you come to Giordano's. Some for 30 years now. We use only the finest ingredients to make Giordano's famous stuffed pizza, our equally famous thin crust pizza, plus salads, pastas, sandwiches, and more. Come on into Giordano's and celebrate 30 great years with us. Giordano's famous stuffed pizza. We made it good. You made it famous.
Michael.
And then to Taves, breaking in over the avalanche line. Down the slide. He shoots, he scores!
Tough that one.
Chicago Blackhawks, 1 goal for tickets, go to ChicagoBlackhawks.com.
My goal is to inspire future Blackhawk players.
You know, we're almost the same age.
Chicago Blackhawks. One goal. For tickets, go to ChicagoBlackhawks.com.
Darius Smith, the Marshal, is considered the top senior in Illinois basketball that has yet to commit to a college next year, at least until today. Darius joined David Kaplan to announce his decision on where he's heading to college in the fall. He had a choice of 10 schools. He cut it down to 2 and then made his announcement.
These 2 schools here, great style of play, coach style, very, well preparing their teams and, doing their job.
He can't make up his mind.
Yeah. Where are we going? You got to have it in your heart.
I'm going with UConn, University of Connecticut.
Congratulations. So we got a UConn Husky out of Marshall High School. Congratulations to you.
Thanks.
You have a great career, then you come back here when you're a lottery pick in the NBA.
Yeah, hopefully.
Okay, don't forget us. Good luck to Darius. I love the way he played up the drama. That was great theater there. Well, last time we saw Northwestern's football team, they came up just short against Missouri in a very high-scoring Alamo Bowl shootout. Today, it's the start of spring practice, and head coach Pat Fitzgerald has some big holes to fill, starting with a new quarterback and a new running back because Tyrell Sutton and C.J. Bechet have moved on. Kip Lewis reports on a season of change in Evanston.
It wasn't child's play, and there was no kidding around at Treenan's Hall. The Wildcats were back at work Monday for the first time since their overtime loss to Missouri in the Alamo Bowl. The Cats are using the Super Bowl champion Steelers and their head coach Mike Tomlin as inspiration to kick off spring practice.
A lot of teams talk about being hungry, and we read a great quote that Tomlinson had about the Steelers being a very driven football team. And, they're looking at this year like they're 0-16 going in the draft, and that's kind of been our approach through the offseason, that we didn't win anything last year.
And I thought we did a great job today, coming out here and playing with a good tempo and flying around. And defense, I thought we looked pretty good.
The NU offense is now in the hands of senior Mike Kafka, who replaces C.J. Bechet under center. Kafka started 2 games last season, which included setting a Big Ten record for a quarterback with 217 yards rushing at Minnesota.
I'm actually approaching it the same, and you got to get better every day. And that's our goal for the offense right now, just get better every day, take what the defense gives you, and just keep on progressing day in, day out.
Mike is a little more athletic, and that certainly opens up a new dimension. And hopefully with Mike's talent with running the ball, we can open up the offense a little bit more and give defenses some other things to worry about.
That athleticism prompted the Wildcat staff to study other programs, schools like Florida, Oregon, and Oklahoma, to help better utilize Kafka's talents.
We've done a lot of research, and we've looked at a lot of different people with athletic and dual threat quarterbacks, and a lot of research this offseason. And we're going to put some things in the spring, and we're going to test drive them a little bit and see how it fits our personnel.
The biggest change for this Wildcat team will come on the offensive side of the ball with 4 new starters. Quarterback Mike Kafka is just a part of a unit that will also see new additions at running back and wide receiver.
The guys I've been throwing with are the guys I've been throwing with, when I was on the 2s, and so I'm really comfortable with those guys. And the guys who have played last year obviously have that experience. So right now we're just trying to mesh, and today was a good start.
The 2008 season brought 9 wins to Evanston, the most since 1996. It's safe to say expectations are equally high for 2009. With the Northwestern football team, Kip Lewis, Comcast Sportsnet.
Kip, thank you for the latest on the world of Chicago sports. Log on to CSNChicago.com through your computer or cell phone. You'll find up-to-date news, special features, and interviews with some of the biggest names in Chicago sports.
Enjoy the best pie in town with D'Agostino's Pizza. Order by phone or online. Find Dax Pizza at 3 locations, Wrigleyville, River West, and Glenview, or just visit DaxDelivers.com.
Well, after I got divorced, I was feeling a little burned. I didn't think that I was ever going to find a person that I could really fall in love with again. And my sisters actually said to me, why don't you try eHarmony? It looks a little more serious. And I was a little skeptical, but lo and behold, I found Karen, and it's just better than I could ever have imagined.
See how it feels to be matched based on compatibility. Review all your matches for free. eHarmony.com.
Tomorrow, the battle continues as Derrick Rose and the Bulls tip off against the Indiana Pacers, followed by Toyota Bulls postgame live. Bulls Pacers in HD, tomorrow at 6 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
This April, a perfect storm of Chicago sports hits Comcast Sportsnet as the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and Sox all swirl into action at the very same time. While the Bulls and Blackhawks make their final push for the playoffs, your Central Division champion Cubs and White Sox return for repeat playoff runs. And with over 40 live professional sports telecasts, Comcast Sportsnet will shatter the record for games in a month, making it clear to all. Comcast Sportsnet is truly a fan's best friend. Hey Chicagoland, get a running start on Memorial Day weekend, Thursday, May 21st with the JP Morgan Chase Corporate Challenge Race. Grab a few fellow employees for a fun 3.5-mile run-walk starting in Grant Park. Registration is only $40 per person, and JP Morgan Chase will make a donation for each entry to the Greater Chicago Food Depository. Help us beat last year's number of nearly 23,000 participants from almost 600 different Chicagoland companies. To join the challenge, just go to jpmorganchasecc.com. Get interactive on csnchicago.com with in-depth local stories, videos.
If you're not willing to handle the fire, then you shouldn't do this job.
Show clips.
I never say anything to my players, to the media. I don't say to my players first.
People talk about my movie career, and I just keep on saying, hey, Clark Gable didn't get started with Gone with the Wind. Give me some time.
It's all on csnchicago.com, the most interactive Chicago sports website. You're watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox, Comcast Sportsnet.
A reminder, Chicago Tribune Live will be live from the D later this week for the Final Four. David Kaplan will be joined by some of the biggest names in college hoops on Thursday and Friday. Get you ready for the Final Four. That's Thursday and Friday, 5:30, right here on Comcast Sportsnet.
And make sure you join us tonight at 10. We go one-on-one with Sox skipper Ozzie Guillen. You'll hear Ozzie's thoughts on how the team is shaping up, plus how long does he see himself managing on the South Side. You don't want to miss some very candid comments from Ozzie tonight at 10 on the next edition of Sports Night.
Final Four is set, so it's time to check in on Burrish versus the Bulls. Adam, who led after the first weekend, was 53 points, dropped all the way to third. It's now John Solomons leading the way, Aaron Gray, then Burrish, followed by Tyrus, Derrick Rose, and Joakim Noah. Looking at Solomons' Final Four, he has two of the Final Four remaining with his national champ, UNC, still alive. Joakim, the only other one with the champ still alive, Carolina.
I thought Joakim picked Florida. That's why he was last.
Yeah, exactly. I was in a pool of 30 guys from Michigan State. Not one of them picked Michigan State to win it all.
No guts.
Not
That's
a lot.
sad,
no,
isn't it?
It is kind of sad. And somewhat surprising and happy all in one big happy package.
Right.
That's going to do it for this edition of Sports Night. We'll see you back here at 10 o'clock.
And in case you missed it this afternoon, an encore presentation of Cubs Royals is coming up next. I have a feeling they won't break the tie.
Just rewound the tape and play.
The few, the proud, the Marines.
It's a little tradition in honor of my White Sox. I stopped shaving from the last game of the season all the way until opening day. My wife is not crazy about it. She leaves little hints. See, once it gets down to my belt, I know it's time for the pitchers and catchers to report. And when it gets down to my zipper, it's opening day. I don't need a calendar anymore. It's like a sundial. It's like a hair dial.
We have recycling plans that fit the biggest companies and programs that help others get started. We're there for you every night and on the job with you every day. When you put waste management to work, you get an environmental partner. And big ideas for every size business. From everyday collection to environmental protection. Think green. Think waste management.
64 teams came, and then there were 4. See college basketball's biggest event on Chicago's biggest screen. The semifinals live at the venue, exclusively at Horseshoe. Haven't ordered dinner yet? Then try Giordano's, Chicago's famous stuffed pizza. We made it good. You made it famous.
How much sugar is in these energy drinks? Let's find out. While waiting, you should know. 5-Hour Energy contains 0 sugar and only 4 calories. Its blend of B vitamins and amino acids can help you feel awake, alert, and productive for hours without the crash or jitters. The answer is 12. Over 12 teaspoons of sugar and 200 calories in these energy drinks. 0 sugar and 4 calories in 5-Hour Energy. There's a reason people choose 5-Hour Energy 2.5 million times a week. 5-Hour Energy. Hours of energy now, no crash later.
Sports Rise every morning only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Spring has sprung and just 7 days remain until opening night in Houston. But before the Cubs can leave Arizona and head for Texas, there's still work to be done in the desert. Still just a couple roster spots to be won. So sit back and enjoy our matinee from Surprise. We are in Surprise, Arizona for Cubs baseball today here on Comcast Sportsnet. Beautiful day for baseball. 1 week to go before the regular season opener in Houston. And today it's the Cubs taking on the Kansas City Royals. Hi again, everyone. Bob Brentley and Len Casper with you. Cactus League action, just a few more days left. The big news today, the position players are pretty much set, with Coy Hill winning the backup catcher job.
Yeah, not an easy decision for Lou Piniella and his staff. Both the backup catchers that were competing for that spot had a great spring, but unfortunately Paul Bacco was the guy who was released today. I'm sure Lou and his staff are hoping he'll hook on another big league club, but in the meantime, Coy Hill has earned that backup job.
Really, Bob, all that's left the last couple of spots in the bullpen, so every reliever who pitches the rest of this week, they're all big appearances.
Well, if you thought you had some pressure-packed games early in spring, it's really going to be pressure-packed this last week for those guys competing for that bullpen spot.
Yesterday, Carlos Marmol, Kevin Gregg were told about the 9th inning, and the veteran Kevin Gregg is going to get that spot. And I don't think it's a huge surprise considering how well he's pitched.
Well, I think for a couple of different reasons. He has pitched very well this spring. He's more of a ground ball pitcher. And we saw from Carlos Marmol last year one of the most devastating strikeout pitchers in all of the game. And there will be those situations in the 7th and 8th inning when you need a strikeout to get out of a jam. So at least to start the season, that's going to be the situation at the tail end of the bullpen.
Rich Harden today, remember, had the food poisoning a couple of weeks ago, so this is an important start for Rich.
Yeah, very much so. He's kind of behind the curve as far as outings in spring training. He did throw a minor league game, as you mentioned, last week, and I think this is going to be an ongoing situation with Rich Harden, very closely monitoring his work, not only here in spring, but throughout the early part of the season.
Kansas City's number 3 starter Kyle Davies will get the nod for the Royals today. Both teams hitting over 300. We might see a lot of offense in this one today. It's the Cubs and the Royals coming up from Surprise next.
We're blowing the whistle on high payments at the all-new Arlington Nissan.
Save $3,500 to $9,000 now. Drive a new all-9 Ultima 2.5S for just $199 a month.
More than 1,000 new Nissans available.
Bob Royman.
Nobody beats Bob. The Midwest's largest Nissan dealership is the all-new Bob Rohrman Arlington Nissan on the corner of Route 53 and Dundee Road.
Hey Cubs fans, are you looking to get tickets to the hottest Cubs games this year? Visit Cubs.com and click on StubHub, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of Cubs.com. Don't miss all the fun and excitement at the friendly confines with StubHub. There's always a ticket available to a Cubs game.
Call the flooring experts at Luna. Luna installs around your schedule, and they guarantee installation for life. With a low price guarantee and 2 rooms for the price of 1, there's no need to shop at a big box store.
773-202 Luna.
Update your home with help from Menards. Lucite paint is a durable latex paint that features great colors for a great value with easy water cleanup. Only $8.99 per gallon. Get the job done faster and easier with the Jaw Horse from Rockwell. It combines 4 tools into one easy-to-use and easy-to-store workstation. It holds doors, saws, grinders, lumber, and more in place with over 1 ton of clamping force. Only $179.
Save big money at Menards.
I love my country, Botswana, and I love Africa. And I want to do good with the time God has given me.
The #1 ladies detective agency.
Is your husband missing? I am made of strong stuff.
You are fabulous. Rise every morning only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Beautiful Surprise Stadium, one of the nicer ballparks in the Cactus League, opened in 2003. They share this facility with the Texas Rangers. Former Ranger Alfonso Soriano will lead it off for Lou Pinella's Cubs. Kosuke Fukudome, just his 3rd game this spring. 22 knocked in for Micah Hoffpower. Bradley, Ramirez, Fontenot in the middle. Johnson, Hill, and Miles at the bottom.
Quick look at the Royals defensively. David DeJesus in left, Coco Crispin center, Jose Guillen over in right field, Gordon, Avilas, Tien, and Jacobs across the infield. Former White Sox Miguel Olivo behind the plate today, and he'll be catching right-hander Kyle Davies.
25-year-old righty deals ball 1, and we are underway. Temperatures in the low 70s. Wind blowing out slightly, and Soriano sends it high in the air and pretty deep. Guillen's back on the track, and he's going to haul it in. A long fly out to start it. Boy, been a lot of home runs hit here in Arizona lately with the windy conditions.
No question about it. Kyle Davies taking the mound for his 5th start of the spring, his 7th overall appearance. You get a look at his numbers on the season. As Len mentioned earlier, figures to be the #3 starter in this Royals rotation.
Strong finish to his 2008 campaign. He went 4-1 last September with a 2.27. So he'll pitch behind Gil Mesh and Zach Greinke. 1 ball, no strikes on Kosuke Fukudome playing center. Both Cubs center fielders are in the lineup. Reed Johnson is over in right with Milton Bradley, the DH. Kosuke's numbers from a year ago: 1 for 7 since returning to the Cubs from the World Baseball Classic. That fastball's in there at 93 for a strike, according to David Rackley, a home plate umpire. Just off the plate inside. Campos, Tiller, and Blazer on the bases. And if you have a scouting report on today's umpires, you've done a lot more homework on this matchup than I.
Yeah, but please give Larry Rothschild a call if you have a scouting report on any of these umpires. You know, much like the players in spring training that figure to start the season in the minor leagues, I think this is a crew of umpires that will probably be working AAA, maybe AA baseball this year, and possibly come up to the big leagues as vacation replacements.
2 bouncer right to Jacobs. He'll take it unassisted.
A little bit of a late arriving crowd here today, just like it was a late arriving visiting team. The Cubs rolled in here about a half an hour or so ago. Came over from Mesa, probably took batting practice and infield practice over at Hohokam before boarding the big Silver Dog to make their way over here to Surprise. And the real surprise is how close we are to Los Angeles here. This is way out in the West Valley of the Phoenix area. Actually a suburb of San Bernardino, if I'm not mistaken.
You know that's in California, right?
Well, exactly.
That's high to Micah Hoffpower.
But this is a great facility, Len, as you mentioned. One of the more interesting ballparks down here in the Cactus League. Has the second deck, still has the grass berm out in the outfield for the fans that like to catch some sun, and for those who like to be in the shade, plenty of shaded areas around the grandstand area.
There's the 1969 American League Rookie of the Year with the Kansas City Royals, Lou Piniella. He did not make the trip to Tucson on Saturday. dealing with the flu, but he was back in action in Mesa yesterday and again today.
Veteran move by Lou. We talk about the veteran players who try to get out of that Tucson trip.
Lifted into center. And Coco Crisp, who came over from the Red Sox over the winter, makes a catch. Rich Harden walking into the Cubs dugout. He'll head right out to the mound when we come back.
Plan your next corporate or social function in one of Wrigley Field's private party accommodations. Wrigley Field offers a variety of private, catered opportunities to host and impress your group. The Mezzanine Suites presented by Nuveen Investments has 4 convenient rental plans to fit all budgets and needs. For larger parties of 75 to 100, the Bud Light Batter's Eye, located in center field, provides a unique view of the game. All private party accommodations provide generous food and beverage packages, as well as VIP parking. Call 773-404-CUBS or visit Cubs.com.
Home improvement for a better life. Menards. All Crestline and Peachtree windows are 12% off. Available in vinyl, aluminum clad, or wood. You have over 1 million size and style options. All lock sets from Dexter and Schlager on sale. The Seville Passage lever comes in an aged bronze finish, just $16.99. The Flare lock set is an entry deadbolt combo and comes in a bright brass finish, only $54.99. Dedicated to service and quality. Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Dear PlayStation, MLB 09 The Show thinks I can't hit the high and inside fastball. You're gonna fix that, right?
Well, Dustin, PlayStation gamers demand the most realistic baseball game ever, so we're just gonna keep it as is. It's called integrity.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just polishing my MVP trophy. How many MVPs do you know that can't hit that pitch?
Apart from you?
MLB 09 The Show, the most realistic baseball game ever. Rated E for everyone.
Well, the Royals are averaging 16 hits per game over their last 8. They scored 17 runs yesterday. It's going to be a tough day for the Cubs pitching staff. This potentially could be Kansas City's opening day lineup on the south side of Chicago next week. Crisp, DeJesus, and Mark Teahen trying to make the conversion to second base. Guillen in right, Jacobs, a former Marlin, at first, Butler the DH, Alex Gordon's at third, Miguel Olivo is catching, and Micah Vilas, coming off a fantastic rookie season, will hit ninth, hitting .367.
Here's how the Cubs take the field defensively today. Soriano, Fukudome, and Johnson across the outfield. Ramirez and Hoffpower on the corners of the infield. Miles and Fontenot up the middle. Coy Hill, recently named as the backup catcher for the Cubs, will be doing the catching today for right-handed starter Rich Harden. Rich Harden yet to throw 5 innings in real games down here in the spring. Has pitched in the minor leagues, racked up some innings down there, and will continue to try to build that arm strength leading up to opening day.
So they'll try to get him through 5 this afternoon. I believe we'll see Rich on a Saturday in New York. That would be his 5th day. And we'll have that game right here on Comcast Sportsnet from brand new Yankee Stadium. And a first pitch strike, Trey Hillman in his 2nd season as a manager of the Kansas City Royals, and their win total has increased each of the last 3 years. They're feeling pretty good about their improving ball club. Free and easy from Harden, and that's fouled away.
If these Royals can carry the offensive outburst they've had over the last 8 ball games into the regular season, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with. 128 hits in their last 8 games, 16 per game. Hitting .373 over their last 13 games. They've been swinging the bats extremely well, to say the least.
Crisp leading All-American League players with a .514 on base percentage. It kind of feels like college, doesn't it?
Sound like wiffle ball numbers.
Rich with a 1-2 and now 2-2. The Cubs are at 17-15. The Royals 16-11-3. Harden acquired from the A's on July 8th of last year. Called strike 3. Pretty good heat from Rich. Got that one up in the low 90s. We talked so much about Harden Good fastball and everything else. That was pretty straight. Everything else basically a changeup, even though he can make it look like a slider or a split, what have you.
Even almost a screwball at times, depending on how he grips that pitch, how he releases it out of his hand. He can make that changeup move in different directions at different speeds. Real good job of pitching with his fastball that time to Coco Crisp.
Strike to David DeJesus. He's going to play left for the Royals with Crisp in center. Lined and caught by Hoffpower.
Oh, with Derek Lee still nursing that quad muscle injury, Micah Hoffpower getting a start here in Surprise today and immediately gets involved in the action. Line drive looked like it was headed for that right field corner, but Micah able to tumble over and make a nice catch.
So 2 down. It's Mark Teahan. He's played third, the corner outfield spots, and this year he's trying to win the second base job out of spring training. Offensively, he's been fine, hitting .500, but still trying to figure out some things defensively. It's not an easy transition.
Second base, I mean, depending on who you talk to, second base is probably the toughest infield position to learn, even for a utility player. So many of the plays you make are with your back turned to the runner coming from first to second base. And even though it's a very short throw across the diamond to first, it's not as easy as it looks.
Pretty nasty stuff from Rich Harden, who looked sharp early on. Nothing after 1.
Years ago, Victory set out to build the industry's best bikes. Bikes built to be ridden, bikes built to last. And now, we're backing them up with the industry's best warranty. At least one thing will hold up to how hard you ride.